Good morning, everyone. It's Evangelos Zacharis from Hypertech, representing Utility Project, and I'll be chairing the workshop today. The workshop on behavioral change approaches towards energy efficiency by utilizing digital tools. And firstly, thanks for joining us. It will be a joint workshop with other sister projects of utility, namely eTeacher, InBetween, and Feedback, all Horizon 2020 projects funded under the same topic, the energy efficiency 0.7 2016-2017 call. And just to give you maybe an overview on why we're all here today, it's an attempt of us to present the challenges as well as the wins within the projects, what we have done so far, and mainly to find a common space for collaboration in order to move towards the end of the projects with some additional input. So what is common in our projects, utility, eTeacher, InBetween, and Feedback? Our project activities focus on the development of innovative, user-friendly digital tools and applications, and going beyond to services and business models by making use of energy data that is captured from smart equipment that is mainly placed in residential and commercial buildings, like smart meters, communication enabled metering tools, smart plugs, smart appliances, or energy aware products in general, with a purpose to significantly enhance energy efficiency by changing the behavioral of end users that are required to take informed decisions. So it's a journey of changing the energy behavior of the end users, utilizing ICT tools, utilizing the technology. And our solutions pretty much focus on empowering consumers. It doesn't matter if they are just residents of a property, or even building manager, building owners, and in general final energy users, to engage and collaborate in achieving energy savings and allowing them to explore different means and measures to manage their energy needs over the longer term. So we have structured today's workshop in four main sessions or pillars. Session number one will be focusing on proposed methodologies for enhancement of end user engagement, how we engage our pilot participants and in general the wider society to the project activities. Session number two will be related to the validation and the impact assessment methodologies of established in the project. Session number three will be focusing on technical and legal challenges that we faced during the last 2-3 years. And session number four will be related to the preliminary results showcase and how we see this being evolved at the end of the project. So starting with session number one, as I mentioned, this session is named Proposed Methodologies for Enhancement of End User Engagement, and will be dedicated to the different approaches adopted within the four projects toward achieving a maximum user acceptance and optimizing the impact of the project and the solution through interactive services. So the first presenter will be from the utility project, and it's Albert Hofrichten from Vasa, who is also acts as the Living Labs manager of the project. Albert, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Evan. I hope that everybody can hear me and can see my slides.
Yep, we can see your slides and we hear you. Thank you.
Great. Then good morning again from my side as well. Yeah, as Evan said, I'm representing Vasa. Oops, that's the first. I'm sorry, I have to go back. That's the first slide now. Just the final slide. Oh, It's going to be very boring, as you saw everything already. But well, let's go through it anyway. Yeah, I'm representing Vasa ICT, research and advisory company with headquarters in Helsinki, which is also from where I'm speaking today. And among other things, we're responsible for the living labs activities of the projects, or let's say for coordinating them. And yeah, but before we get to this topic, I would like to start with a short introductory video of the project so that you have a bit more content for everything, more context for everything that follows afterwards.
Albert, do you want to play one of the videos that you've loaded, or is it embedded?
Oh yes, it's not. It's loaded. I'm sorry.
It's preloaded.
I thought yeah, it's preloaded. It would be the utility video. If you could click the button, please. Does it work? Or...
It's not letting me. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No worries.
Maybe let me try and take it back. And then, yeah, okay, so utility video.
Yes, dear.
The change in the utility industry is widely acknowledged as the impact of energy transition to the retail business is taking place. The profitability of traditional business models is declining. Disruptive business models and innovative new entrants are emerging across the value chain, and the electricity consumers are becoming more active and taking a role as a prosumer. To cope with this industry-wide shift, the utilities need to transform from the traditional kilowatt-hours provider to a modern, service-oriented energy business. To tackle this barrier for business development, UtilitEE project is developing a customer-oriented behavioral change framework. The Energy as a Service delivery approach via an open ICT ecosystem is being tested in 5 pilot sites across Europe. The 3-year project, with 11 European partner organizations, is funded by the European Commission's Horizon 2020 program. The UtilitEE project activities revolve around discovering and revealing energy-hungry behaviors, supporting the active behavior change towards more sustainable direction, and reinforcing the whole process with ICT solutions and smart home technologies. At the 5 pilot sites, UtilitEE is demonstrating the real-life conditions under which an electricity retailer operates. The technical development cycle sophisticatedly combines the raw consumption data and intelligent technology solutions with feedback collected from the end users and external experts during the co-creation process. As a result, an engaging, functioning, and insightful tool is created to help the households to monitor and adjust their energy consumption. Keeping up with the energy transition and the unfolding of the utility business means that also the way of doing business needs to undergo profound change. We at UtilitEE know how to engage your customers. Do you? Wish to be in the front row of the future customer interactions? Join our stakeholder committee. For more information, visit us at www.utilitee.eu.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm trying to share the presentation again. Well, not sure if it's working. Are you seeing my screen right now? again? Okay, great. Then let's move forward. Okay, yeah, so the video was already presenting a bunch of topics, and I would like to focus now on the Living Labs methodology that we use here to achieve user-centered development of our utility solution. And to some of you, this concept might be familiar, and for everybody else, I have copied here a definition from the European Network of Living Labs, which says that living labs are user-centered open innovation ecosystems based on systematic user co-creation approach, integrating research and innovation processes in real-life communities and settings. And what we hope to get out from this concept is to get very user-centered. Sorry, I just quickly have to hide the control panel because it's always in the way of the slide. Now, better. Just to get the users involved in creating the services, interfaces, and messages. And also it was very helpful in the beginning of the process to engage with potential participants. And talking about the beginning of the process, the first step was to set up the Living Labs, and we conducted focus groups and pre-pilot survey in the early months of the project. And what I would like to talk about a bit more now is the subsequent activities that came afterwards when we continued to engage with the final customers and to involve them in the development of the solution. And the first one was the business to customer Living Labs 1 activity, which was just concluded recently. And it was in the form of focus groups, which happened first in the Spanish pilot site and the Greek pilot site. Then we had them in the German pilot site and the Polish pilot site, and delayed due to the well-known circumstances, we could hold them, the focus groups, a bit later in France, but then it was concluded in this summer. And our main goal was here to get some feedback regarding the user-centric interface, the design, and the functionality. And our technical partners used this input to redefine the different apps which the utility solution is composed of, and also to customize the solution to some needs that were discovered at specific pilot sites. And we were glad to see that our approach of engaging was successful, as we had more than 60 participants and a large amount of very helpful feedback. So after this activity, we have 2 more business to customer Living Labs activities. And when I say business to customers, we also have business to business Living Labs activities, but I'm not going to talk about this here now because the session is about the end user engagement. So regarding the business to customer Living Labs activities, which are still happening or going to happen, the second round, the Living Labs 2, are just in process at this time. They were originally also planned as focus group meetings, but again, due to the circumstances, we decided in the end to have online surveys at the pilot sites. And the third round, which is planned to happen in early mid-spring of next year, after the second testing phase at the pilot sites is concluded, is also scheduled as a survey now. And I shortly want to talk about what the goals are of these 2 rounds. And the Living Labs 2 focus on the improvement ideas and the validation of the ICT framework and the service design to get some feedback regarding the recommendations, the frequency of the recommendations, their contents, the tested services, etc. And then again, improve the solution. And in the third round, which will happen shortly before the conclusion of the project, before the end of the funding period, we're focusing on what will happen afterwards. How can we continue with the developed product, to check the products and services that have been developed in the project, to validate the business model, and thus focus on factors such as willingness to pay, which payment plans might be feasible. And yeah, of course, here the exploitation, the partners responsible for exploitation will be involved to redefine the go-to-market strategies. And yeah, that's it about our Living Labs approach. Thank you for listening, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Once again, a reminder, if you are interested in getting updated on the project, please sign up to the mailing list or follow the project on the other channels. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Albert, for the very descriptive introduction of our Living Labs, the utility Living Labs. Are there any questions? I cannot see any questions from the attendees.
No, not yet, Evan.
There are.
There were no questions yet.
No questions yet. Okay, thank you very much. We can move to eTeacher project, sister project, and to Ashley Morton from the Montfort University, who acts as a research fellow. Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning. Hopefully you should be able to see my slides now.
Yes.
Brilliant. So thank you for that introduction, Evan, and good morning to everyone who's attending this session. So this presentation will focus on the end user engagement methodology that was implemented in the eTeacher project. So we're currently kind of starting to get into our demonstration phase, so I'll talk a bit about kind of our engagement throughout the full project and what we've planned for up till the end of the project. So just to give you a little bit of a background to eTeacher and what's involved, we've got a short video just to show you as well, so hopefully that can be shown at the moment.
Wow, it says this portion of the what it says it's not working.
Ooh.
Do you want to try from YouTube?
If you've got the link
Or
still
from
there,
your screen?
I've took it off the presentation.
Yeah, if you can pull it up on YouTube, maybe.
Let me see. I might just do it at the end if that's okay, because I'm not sure where the link is at the moment, because I took it out of these slides. I'm happy to give
problem at all, Ashley. No problem at all. Please crack on with your presentation.
That's fine. Okay, can you see my slides again?
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay, so unfortunately video wasn't available at the moment. However, I'll give a bit of background to eTeacher then. So eTeacher is aimed at kind of encouraging and empowering end users towards energy efficiency behaviour change, so that they can not only save energy within particular buildings, but also improve the indoor environmental quality of those buildings. So the main kind of concept of eTeacher and our vision was to develop and then implement and test ICT-based empowerment tools that can basically educate and empower the end user towards kind of more energy efficient behaviours and help them improve the indoor environmental quality. So kind of through feedback on the environmental conditions and tailored advice as to how they can then improve the indoor environmental quality, but also to save energy. So eTeacher is being demonstrated in 12 different pilot buildings across 3 different European countries, and that includes 2 healthcare centres, 2 schools, 1 residential apartment block and 1 office building within Spain. And we've also got 1 school and 1 office within the United Kingdom, and then we've got 4 residential apartment blocks within Romania. So our main challenge revolves around actually designing an ICT based tool which can work in all of these different building types. So we've got the residential, we've got healthcare, we've got schools, and we've got offices. And obviously all of these have very different end users. So within the residential, we have a range of different kind of domestic occupants. So that could be families, that could be sole occupants, can be couples, and obviously they will have a range of different needs and desires within their own kind of home. Within the schools, we've obviously got a range of different kind of pupil age groups, as well as you've got the staff that use the buildings. Within the healthcare centres, we have obviously the staff with kind of the doctors, nurses and medical teams, but also then we have a very much variable kind of intake of patients and visitors coming to those buildings. Similarly, within the office buildings, we have not only the staff, but both the office buildings are actually open to members of the public to use these offices. So that again means that we have a range of different kind of visitors to the buildings as well. But to add to the complexity of even just having the range of different user types within our buildings, we often have to consider the actual occupancy patterns across these buildings. So within residential, that can be quite varied as well, because you can have people that are at home the full day, or you can have people that are just home kind of in the mornings and the evenings. Within schools, obviously you would typically define it as being the kind of school day occupancy, but within one of our schools in the UK, it's also used for kind of community groups within the weekend. Similarly within healthcare, obviously the occupancy pattern varies dramatically, and particularly in the kind of climate we're in at the moment. And in the office buildings as well, there's a variety of different kind of occupancy patterns. But not just that, we've also got then a range of different energy consuming devices, appliances, and kind of methods such as heating and cooling within each of these building types. So that for eTeacher was one of the core kind of challenges that we needed to really be able to tackle in order to make sure that our end tool could actually meet the needs of all of these different building types and user types. So to fully understand the complexities and how, oh, I don't know what's happened there. Is my screen still showing?
Yeah, it was me. Apologies. Actually,
Okay.
it was me pressing a button about a poll.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry about
So that's all right. So to fully understand the complexities and how eTeacher solution could have a real impact across the range of different building types, eTeacher employed an evidence-based approach through the application of the Enabling Change framework. And that was developed by Les Robinson. And essentially, it was very much focused on user involvement and getting the end users actively engaged with the project right from the start. So the Enabling Change framework has two different levels.
Yes,
the first one being...
just 1 second. Okay, Emma. Morning, Emma.
I think someone has their microphone on.
Sorry, yeah, Ashley, give us 1 second. I have Giuseppe here. I think there's a technical issue. Giuseppe,
Okay.
what do you see?
Hi, Giuseppe. I do believe we can carry on with the eTeacher presentation when Giuseppe wants to add something, and do that at the end of the session, at the end of the Ashley's presentation, if that's okay.
Yeah, so I just keep going.
Please. Yeah.
Okay, so I was just explaining the Enabling Change framework. There has two levels to it, the program level planning and project level planning. The program level planning defines kind of the medium long-term objectives for behaviour change interventions in general. So for us, this was kind of like what was the main objectives for eTeacher as a project as a whole, whereas the project level planning deals more with the logistics of, sorry, I think my screen's still showing because
We weren't seeing your slides, Ashley. Sorry. Can
Okay.
you try?
Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Okay. So the project level planning deals with the logistics of carrying out such kind of behaviour change interventions on the ground. So focusing more on ensuring engagement with the end user. So for us, this was a vital part of this framework that we really wanted to incorporate into our eTeacher project. And therefore the project level planning was kind of applied to each building to uncover the context within each building, so we could then better tailor and refine our tool so that it would actually benefit all of those different end user types and be a benefit to all of those different building types that we use. So one of the first parts of the enabling change framework is to kind of establish your brain's trust, as they call it, and identify actors and actions and design a doable behaviour. And that's because behaviour change projects benefit from initial scoping activity followed by detailed planning. So essentially involving relevant stakeholders at all phases. So for us, it was really important within the initial steps of the project, right at the start, to uncover that kind of complexity within each building type by understanding what was happening at that point in time and what the users actually thought about energy efficiency, thought about kind of the comfort of the buildings and how could we benefit them. So we did this through multiple site visits. We carried out questionnaires in all the different pilot buildings, and we held a workshop in all of the pilot buildings as well. And this really helped us to actually uncover a lot of the complexities, but a lot of the needs and the desires of the actual end users as well, so that we could then factor that into a lot of our kind of planning and kind of recommendations for the tool development going forward. We then also encouraged engagement throughout the development stage, because obviously we realised that user engagement is key to behaviour change. So eTeacher aimed to create a deeper change by enabling community building right from the start, and that was between kind of the building users and the stakeholders. So what we did through that was part of the kind of establish your brains trust. We identified who was kind of key building users or stakeholders within each of our pilot buildings, and we encouraged them to then become part of this feedback forum. And basically we held multiple feedback forums throughout the development stage, and we have planned for even through the demonstration phase as well. And this was where we invited a group of these kind of active building users and these end users to share their thoughts and their ideas, and to basically allow them to give us feedback on what we were presenting to them as our eTeacher tool. So a lot of their initial kind of development feedback forums was around kind of activities that we got them to kind of carry out, where it was kind of identifying what was the ideal kind of ICT based tool for them, what was going to benefit them, and what would they actually use. And then similarly, the feedback forums planned through the demonstration phase is to get that initial feedback from the users of what works and what doesn't, so we can then refine the tool better, so we can make sure that it really does have an impact on saving energy and improving comfort. And as part of our kind of ongoing engagement with end users, we're also rolling out a kind of 8-week engagement plan where we kind of focus on specific functions of our tool and kind of give them the users a bit more information about it, but also it's using that kind of activity as an ongoing kind of engagement with the end user, so that they remember the actual project and they keep being involved throughout. So to kind of do that, we made sure that all of our email designs in this kind of engagement activity are all consistent with the actual project image and kind of what people have been familiar with throughout all of our kind of interactions with these end users. So at the moment, that's kind of where we're at for the project wise. The tool is now kind of in its demonstration phase, and we're still having this kind of ongoing engagement with the end users, and we're getting that feedback from them so that we can refine our tool further and kind of identify what works best and kind of what elements of our tool was the best received by those end users. So thank you, and apologies for all the technical issues with that presentation.
No worries. These things happen. Do you want to try maybe to load the video, or you're okay?
I think it's probably better to send the link, to be honest, because it could cause audio problems. You can
All right.
try, but we've had audio problems with that.
Okay, I know
Okay.
Evan shared the link in the chat, so I would suggest people kind of just go back to the chat and see that there.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Just a question from or observation from my side. Very interesting. I wasn't aware that eTeacher is trying to engage with such a wide range of personas, let's say, like from young children to elderly people. It's very interesting, and I'm trying to understand how you manage to engage all these different type of people involved in the project, and whether you see specific age populations, specific people being more engaged or not, or how you tackle challenges related to how I should engage a 6 years old child in the school.
Yeah, so it was a challenge, and it is still an ongoing challenge, obviously. But one of our initial kind of points within the project was to actually understand the context of all of these different buildings and these building users. So that initial kind of site visits and questionnaires and workshops was also a way of us to build a rapport with a lot of these building users and to actually develop a relationship with them, so they could understand that actually being part of this project was going to be beneficial to them. But also part of those kind of feedback forums, we try to get information from the users that were active in them about what works best for actually us engaging with you. So is that email communications? Would you like us to actually come in and demonstrate things to you? Do you want kind of information that you can pass on to parents and kind of residents? So that was all part of our kind of development kind of stage, was actually then also finding not only what do they want from the tool, but how do we actually then implement it, and how do we engage the users going forward? So we found that actually there was a kind of a preference difference within each building. So for instance, the offices just wanted kind of email communications, and they were even really great to the fact of kind of saying, send it on a Wednesday, don't send it to us on a Friday, don't send it to us on a Monday, because it will get lost in all the things we need to do. So actually we've been really lucky with the users that we've had involved with our feedback forums. They've really actually kind of taken the project to heart and really do want to help. So that's meant that actually we've had a lot of those little kind of suggestions or ideas from the users themselves of how to then best kind of engage with them. As for the kind of 6-year-old children, we knew that actually we might not be able to engage them fully, but we knew that actually maybe we can encourage teachers to incorporate energy efficiency information within their lessons. So we've kind of also, not only is it the tool available on kind of an app, it's also on a web-based platform. So actually teachers could then have kind of the web page up and showing them different recommendations and showing them what the kind of hint is for how to save energy, and trying to get them involved with actually kind of almost reminding the teacher, oh, you left this on, or you forgot to turn that light off. So it's been trying to make it quite engaging with them, and we had workshops with the children themselves, and it was great because they're really imaginative, and actually some of the things they were saying really helped us with our actual recommendations for the app developers themselves.
That's interesting. I mean, it's very, very nice to engage and involve children in the development of the solution, because at the end of the day, the solution will be for them in the near future. I mean, in the next 5-10 years. So that's very, very, very positive. Thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you.
I can see there are no other questions. This is applicable to all panelists and organizers of these workshops and representatives of the semester projects. Please ask questions if you have any. Thank you very much, Ashley. So we can move on to Federica Follini from RINA, project coordinator of the InBetween project. Federica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evangelos. Just a second, I'm sharing the screen. Okay. You are not yet seeing the screen in
Yes, we
presentation
see your
mode.
screen. We see your screen, but if you can turn your webcam on, please.
Yes. I think you don't see the PowerPoint though.
No, we see your
No.
home screen.
I'm trying to put in presentation mode in that screen. It's not going. 1 second. Seems that it's blocked. Nice. Just a second, please. Sorry, I think I need to restart the PowerPoint because it doesn't put me on presentation mode. Mm.
Not seeing any slides, Federica. I see just your home screen.
Yes, I am. Just a second. I've restarted PowerPoint and now it should work. Sorry for these minutes, precious minutes lost. Okay. Yes, now I think you see it.
Oh, we still see your home screen. It seems for, oh, there we go. Perfect.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you and sorry for this little problem. Okay, so
No worries, please.
yes. Okay, so thank you very much. This is the first session of presentation for the in-between projects. It was very interesting to listen to the similar projects that were presented before. In this one, as you know, Rina and myself as Federica, we are the coordinators of the project, but we are also accompanied by the technical coordination of Marco Batic from Pupin Institute that will present the following sessions. This session is about the proposed methodologies for enhancement of end-user engagement, and the agenda of this brief session will be composed by 4 main points. One is what is in between. The second one is how to engage end users in the first place, concerning our experience in between project, of course. The third one is how to measure the engagement of the users we have engaged in the project, and the fourth one is how to maintain this engagement. What is in between? In between is a project financed under the call E 2017. It started on the 1st of November 2017, and it's just ending. It will end on the 30th of October 2020, so in just few days. We are 8 partners in the consortium from 7 different countries, among which 2 associated EU countries, Israel and Serbia. And you can see here our consortium, and you can see that we are just celebrating 3 years and soon the end of the project. Our challenge in the project was to have end users adopting a more energy efficient lifestyle, and this is due to several different factors, among which the limited monetary benefits for the individual, the lack of a global consensus related to the impact of a better environment and less emissions, the complexity of the existing ICT platform and tool, and finally the low capability to change energy demand pattern and end user practices, which is a bit of the focus of what we have tried to do in the in-between. What is our scope in the project? As usual, and as most of the European project, is to reduce the energy consumptions with a focus on the electricity consumption in this project, to accelerate the wider deployment and adoption of the user-friendly ICT solution, and to have a high number of end users changing their behavior. So the engagement of users is very important in our project. The in-between solution is then a cloud-based platform with two different interfaces, one for Android phones and the other for people who don't have an Android phone and or prefer to use a web application from their laptop. Our ICT solution is then having these two interfaces that you can see. One is the SAM app, so for Android phones, and the other one is the Witmo interfaces for web applications. Both of them are focused on energy waste reduction, but also security and comfort improvement. Our first end users were, of course, the demo site partners of our project. The one is in France, Liers, 25 social housing dwellings. They are tenants in social housing in the north of France. And the second one is in Austria, in Groschenau. They are 7 residential houses and 6 tertiary buildings. They are from different socioeconomic contexts. They are homeowners and or building users for the public buildings. To be able to run our assessments and verification of energy saving, we have installed different sensors. For instance, external meter interface for electricity, a smart cable installed on heaters and boilers, smart plug mini for the different equipment, window sensors, VOC sensors for air quality, motion sensors for presence detection, gateways, and so on. And the installation of these sensors started in October 2018 and finished just a few months after. And this is defined the difference between the baseline and the validation. But how did we engage the users in the first place to add and adopt all these different tools, the app on one side and the sensors on the others? At first, at the start of our project in 2018, we prepared a survey for the participation of the end users. And in the table here on the right, you can see the number of users that we have engaged. The first number is related to the houses, and the second one in a lighter color is related to the number of actual users that have been engaged to the different phases. So the first phase was the survey for the participation in the project. The second one was a phase for the installation of the sensors, where we have managed to get 39 buildings out of the 47 that initially confirmed through the survey. And then later, the use of the in-between platform, that during this time, from the start of the project in the late 2017 until 2019, was developed and prepared, and then later gave to the end users at the start of the validation period. In this time, in this third phase, we had 33 buildings engaged out of the 47 that previously said were interested. So we have maintained across the years sort of a good engagement, but of course the engagement that then we want to measure is also through the app. What did the people do with the app? So just briefly explaining how did the survey for participation was prepared. It consisted in a face-to-face interview. It was in local language, and it also aimed, besides the collection of consents for participation in the project, at gaining information on the technical characterization of the buildings and social economic information, to act sort of a profiling for the people involved and the buildings involved. And the results have been described in some reports, and you can also access those. The second phase, the installation of sensors, also took some development effort from our side, because the project partners, developed different use cases with different type of sensors for a different type of buildings engaged. For the residential houses, different sort of use cases have been tested and prepared, from the very basic to the most essential one, to the most complete one. And these are also reported in our business models analysis that now we are finalizing at the end of the project. The third action was the use of the in-between platform. So the in-between platform started and was released in the first instance on the 4th of October 2019. This marked a change in the project, the end of the validation phase, and the end of the baseline phase, and the start of the validation phase. And in April 2019, a bit earlier, a version of the app was released just for the early users, because of course the development of the app was also a co-designed we used a co-design approach. Therefore, the early users provided some feedback, and the app was constantly implemented during the project, as my colleague Marco from Pupin will later explain. How did we measure the engagement then? Once the app was released at the demo sites, we have prepared a methodology that consisted in 3 main indicators for measuring how was the engagement of the users through the app, and be able to correlate this with the energy saving and cost saving that we got. So we prepared 3 indicators. The first one is counts the times that the users access the app or the web app, and defines so how useful is the app. So the first indicator is to engage the users in a sustained way. The second one is to convince the users to adopt a more energy efficient behavior, and so it marks the number of notifications received compared with the action taken in these regards in a time frame that has been set to 30 minutes for the reaction. There is a different side to this that is also the actuator measuring. So in some situations, we don't need to only read the notification reaction, but we can read also the actuator response. And this is then sort of a second option for the indicator B. But there is also a third indicator, which was applied quite a bit later in the project, and it can be seen through the screenshot of the app that you are now seeing. And it consists in a feedback report for the evaluation of the usefulness of the app. And this is the indicator that we've used for the user satisfaction. How to maintain the engagement throughout the project, now that we know that there are so many different things to do, and then the users needs to be very active. We can say that we had 4 types of engagement throughout the project, starting from the site visit and face-to-face interviews, the yellow side here in the graph that we have started since the early days, until the phone calls and emails, which have been quite useful, especially during the COVID, the lockdown period, until the online surveys. The first survey was released in 2018, the second survey in 2020. And it consists in face-to-face interviews online and by phone, where 28 users replied in total out of the 33 engaged. So it was a very good result. And also the workshop. Unfortunately, the workshop was planned for May. May was a lockdown period in most of Europe, and it hasn't been possible to add this workshop, which was initially planned to be taking place in Sustainable Places initial event. And then we had circulated, we had a small workshop in the form of phone calls or face-to-face and video calls, and then we released a fiche for the explanation of technicalities. But especially relevant was the final survey in 2020, which marks the end of the feedbacks that we could get from the users. And I've reported some of them here for you to see. They are quite interesting. Some of them said that they would like to integrate the InBetween app also in other infrastructure like PV systems, airing system. Another user said that the AMI, so the total electricity consumption of the house, helped him to economize, and the general tips are very useful. Another user said that they use the app almost every day. It helps to turn off the radiators when they leave the house. Another one said that the notifications are very useful, and once you understand the logic behind it, of course. And then the last one said that he was scheduling the Christmas lights with the InBetween app. That is useful also for the period that we are soon facing. So this was a nice, for us, a nice conclusion also of the project and the interaction with the end users. Thank you very much for the attention. And if you have any questions, we are here.
Hello. Hi, Federica. Thanks for the presentation. A couple of questions from the audience. The first one is related to a technical aspect, why you have skipped the development of an iOS application in order to engage with your end users.
Thank you for this question. As the app was developed by Pupin, our partner that Marco will present soon after my presentation, I would either leave him to talk now, if he's available to talk.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Federica?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So just in short, the idea was also not to have also the Android application at the beginning, but only to have this, as you saw, this Vitmo web application, which was designed in such a way to be equally, let's say, appealing on mobile phones, laptops, PCs, and so on. So it was using this responsive design process and so on. So the idea was to have only the web application suitable for different platforms. But eventually we realized during the course of the project that we would need, let's say, more engaging interface towards end users to have some real-time notifications and basically to have more, let's say, engaged relationship with end users. So we decided to go with the Android app. Of course, the iOS app is a natural evolution that will hopefully be, let's say, happening in some other project, but it's definitely a good way to proceed. For sure, we have, let's say, already received a couple of requests from our end users as well.
Thank you very much, Marco, for your response. I think it covered the aspect. It's very challenging, actually. We face the same issues with utility, right? We have developed a web application, not even mobile application, not even Android, because it's very challenging, and we have to have in our minds that the budget and the initial budget for the development of such a technical solution is narrowed down to particular aspects to be covered, and we might want, or the end users want, to develop, to achieve, to get more, but we have to have in our minds that this is a research project and innovation action, and we try our best based on the contract we have with the European Commission, each project, I mean. Thank you very much. The other question is related to the workshop and the COVID outbreak situation. Have you thought maybe to convert this face-to-face workshop that initially was about to take place in Sustainable Places 2020 back in June? Have you thought to convert this to an online version of it, and something like a today's workshop with participants and users in order to get insights about their understanding of the application and how you can shape the solution further on?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we talked about it, and in principle, it was supposed to be in Sustainable Places in May for a matter of timing, because the workshop was planned in May. It was in a very interesting stage of the project where we could have some development yet, and so the timing was key. And unfortunately, it was then postponed, and it lost sort of an interest for the end users, for the tenants as well. It anyway happened, but it happened in a more small form. Just for instance, in France, it was entirely in French language, just as a communication between the building managers and the tenants. And also the other issue when it comes to involvement in these meetings, in these workshops that are mainly in English, it depends on the type of tenants that we engage. Not all of them, of course, are able to speak English fluently and to participate. So it took place in France and in a smaller version.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you, Federica. Thank you, Marco. From InBetween project, we can move on to feedback project. Niall Castelli from Lime Tools, who is a project manager within Lime Tools and in feedback project, mainly working on the gamification and behavioral change aspects of the project. Good morning. Good morning, Niall. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm hoping right now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Fantastic. So just a very brief overview. Let me just move this control panel out of the way. So our consortium is made up of 7 members. Our goal, obviously similar to the rest in this project session, was to bring about energy reduction, primarily in buildings. And our main focus was to do this through behaviour change of the occupants, with the support of sensor data collected and supporting apps. So our demo sites were 3 of them across in Lieb, in Germany, in Barcelona, and in Porto. So we had, in fact, quite a wide range of demo sites, of buildings. So we established quite early on that our end users really were the core of our focus. And so to reach them, we used really 4 key methods to enhance engagement at different phases of the project. So initially, as I said, with our diverse user group or user groups across office workers, sports centre employees, we had a handful of home dwellers and some civic public building users as well. We visited as many sites as we could and engaged through workshops and some one-on-one interviews, collecting ideas, thoughts from potential players on how they felt a game would work and be tailored to their sites. So we decided early on in the project that we were going to use gamification as as one of our key flagstones for engagement. Obviously, we needed to get to know our users, so an in-depth user profile survey was conducted with some of the early interested parties. So in addition to providing us with analytical data, it also enabled us to write relatable characters into our games, to create personalized messages that players would receive throughout the games. And these messages were due to be tied into real-time data collected from sensors. So our original demo sites were primarily workplaces. So with our adaptations, really had to be made, excuse me, to reconsider obviously the change in the working environment. So the Citizens Campaign was born out of this, focusing more on home dwellers. It meant a lot of our engagement work at the start became redundant, unfortunately, as we no longer knew all of our users, but it offered us the opportunity to reach a wider audience and widening the potential pool of players. So we've now enabled the app to be open access, and we've also added a further 2 demo sites. So there were some minor adaptations that we needed to make to account for the changes in our player community to maintain that engagement. But in general, the mobile app has remained the same. We developed, prior to COVID, an interactive mobile gaming app, which allows us to bring key gaming aspects to the players. And it enables us to continue engagement throughout. We're able to collect engagement data and behaviour change progress from players via quizzes and also through a behaviour change survey. Really, the best way to show you our key game and user engagement really is to show you the video that we've prepared, which gives you an overview of our approach to user engagement. If you have that available, Zia, that'd be great.
Welcome to EcoPlay. When people go to work, at home or to an office, they usually know it's a good idea to try and save energy, but most just forget. Then there are some staff who don't believe that simple habit changes can make a difference. So why bother? Home workers and office staff play the games as competing teams, over a minimum of 12 weeks, spending no more than 20 minutes per week. There are 3 parts to the game. Mr. C and his twin brother Claude live their lives in very different ways. The game tests if your staff can see what the habit differences are. This comedy quiz acts as an effective early awareness initiative. The Science Companion games follow to help employees understand, or to be reminded about, the science of climate change and energy saving. There are 4 of these that upgrade staff capacities, and meanwhile the challenges get harder each time.
There's poison in the water, poison in the rain, poison in the water, still the factory.
Sarah's Dawn is the name of the central campaign. This game tells a story in the form of typical television drama. But hidden in the narrative are answers to the game's challenges.
Extreme weather, regular power cuts, emergency energy reductions. That is what is happening to us all in Euronia in 2028. Very few can now deny that climate change is a real danger. Go back 10 years ago to 2019. There were many who did not care about energy security. But now the government have announced that the Ceres Institute will receive €7 million to develop a strategy to deal with the scientific impacts of what is to come. Dr. James Weston was shaking as he announced the grant award.
Our target will be to save 20% of our electricity bill in 1 year.
During the series of episodes, characters actually communicate directly to players if they need a nudge in their campaign habit change. There are 6 levels to this game, and this is where the real energy saving winners emerge from. The soap opera drama, a thriller shot on location in Poole in the UK, gets everyone talking. And that leads to the competition leaderboard becoming increasingly sought after. The campaign awareness programme can include other subjects, such as managing waste, travel and commuting. Data from the staff players is captured and aggregated to create a campaign leaderboard, and their status is fed back to the teams. Is your organisation ready to play?
And that sums up our approach and our engagement for our users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lime. Thank you very much. Very interesting approach. Quite out of the box, I would have to say, not similar with the rest of the sister projects on this particular aspect of methodologies to engage and enhance to enhance the engagement with the end users. To be honest, it's not straightforward to an extent that the end user, based on the video you showed to us, is not straightforward how you have engaged with them, because you went down a route of something more out of the box, if I can use this word. Can you please elaborate a bit on, in reality, how what are the results on this engagement journey?
Yeah, sure. So, well, as I alluded to, our engagement journey has changed quite significantly with the impact of COVID. Our journey began with an early call through a number of our partners in the consortium to reach out to potential players and interested parties. And as I said, through a number of workshops and individual interviews, was to engage in levels of interest, levels of ideas that they could bring to development. So the engagement then continued through with our profiling surveys. And we've developed that through now into the next iteration, into two main behavior change surveys. So the user engagement will take the form of, across the demo sites, we have engagement activities from LIPA, the public services, and also from the municipality in El Prat in Barcelona. They're reaching out via various media methods to reach players, to draw them in to engage with the project itself.
That's great. Thank you. I mean, yeah, that's more clear for me now. I mean, thank you very much. There are a couple of questions from the audience. The one is related to the user profiling data used in character development. So how was user profiling data used in character development and personalized messages? How did you take the personas, the characteristics of its users in order to develop personalized messages?
So yeah, so there were really two approaches. With the character development, we had quite a well-formed user profile from our partner InJet. We had 6 main profiles by the end of the questionnaire. And our writers from Lime Tools used the characteristics pinpointed in approach to behavior change, but also to environmental issues, to create characters which would feel familiar, or who would feel familiar to players, who would be relatable and enable us to use social cognitive theory approaches. So players seeing the behaviors and seeing the changes in behaviors that they can relate to makes them more amenable to change. Through the personalized messages, we used the same characters to deliver video messages to players, but also that's been scaled back now in the form of text messages. So again, it's using the user profile and the characteristics to find the pitch or the tone where we want to pitch those messages, and wording them carefully so as not to be condescending or to be annoying or patronizing, but instead to be encouraging and challenging.
Thank you. There is one more. I'm going straight to the question. What changes to the gamification content did you need to make to account for the alteration due to COVID-19 outbreak?
Well, we had, as I said, we had to shift our focus really from workers, from office workers now to people in their own home. But we are fortunate that there weren't too many changes that needed to be made to the entire content. It was more developing additional framing content, really. So to make what players were experiencing and playing on screen, acknowledging that it was developed, or acknowledging that what they would see was relevant to an office environment, to a working environment, but then also making that relatable to the home environment. As behaviors, as behavior change goes, as energy consumption behaviors go, there are a lot of crossovers, obviously, between what you do in the office and what you do at home. And so we highlighted those similarities for players through a number of kind of additional introduction videos from two of the characters from the other videos. So keeping the same theme going throughout.
Great, thank you very much. The last question from the audience. At some point during your presentation, you mentioned the rewarding game, the rewards. So there's in particular a person asking, where do the rewards come from after earning points? Are they financial rewards or something else?
They take two parts, really. One part of the reward is are the videos themselves. So the reward for progressing through the challenges, the quizzes, are that players, once they've completed these, the next part of the reward is to watch the next episode in the series. So you finish, you can't unlock the next episode, for example, until you've completed the previous tasks from the last challenge. So that's one side of the reward. Obviously, doesn't require any finance, which is ideal. And then the other approach is down to the demo sites themselves. So this is where it becomes site specific, and we engaged with the management who'd be running the games, but also some of the players, to get an idea, or for the demo sites to get an idea of what would be appropriate for prizes. So when the aspect was a team challenge, teams would be playing against each other. One suggestion is that a company might use the money that they've saved at the end of 1 year, for example, on their energy bills, to put back into maybe team football kit, or it's for some kind of group activity that everybody will benefit from. That's kind of the larger side of it. But then for smaller prizes, cups of coffee at the canteen, a free lunch once every month, that sort of thing. So it's left open to the demo site.
To the demo part, to the demo partners to decide what exactly are the rewards
and how much they're able and willing to include.
Exactly. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. And this brings us to the end of session number 1, which was related to the enhancement of the end user engagement. Thank you all, presenters. I think it's time to launch a poll now. The attendees, I hope, got familiarized with our projects, what we're trying to achieve. So there is a short poll in order to help us also define our solutions and maybe evolve it towards the end of our project. So I will launch the poll now, and I would like to ask all the attendees to reply on this quick poll. So the question is pretty straightforward. What is the main barrier to saving energy in your household? So think as an everyday energy user, and please select one of the following. I'm not interested in saving energy. Saving energy requires too much effort. I'm already very aware of my consumption. I do what I can, or I cannot afford to buy energy efficiency appliances. Please crack on with voting, and I will leave it open for a couple of minutes. And at the end of today's workshop, we will present the results and maybe elaborate a bit further on the audience answers. Thank you very much. I will share some insights without sharing the final results. It looks like it's a head-to-head game between the saving energy requires too much effort and quite the opposite. I'm already very aware of my consumption and I do what I can. So please vote. There is 60% from the audience already voted. I hope this will increase in the next 30 seconds, and then we can close it and move on to the next session and present the results and discuss them openly at the end of today's workshop. A few more seconds. Yeah, I think the majority of the votes has been casted, so we can close it, and later on we can discuss the results at the end of today's workshop. So thanks again for presenting the user engagement strategies from the sister projects, the 4 sister projects, and we can move on to session number 2, which is related to the validation and impact assessment methodologies of the project. So this session will be focused around the design of effective methodologies for the evaluation of the results expected from the different ICT solutions already presented within session number 1, and also will be focusing on the assessment of the impact of the solution to the consumption, to the energy consumption of the end users, as well as their comfort and the acceptance of the solution. So first presenter is coming from the utility project, and it's actually myself. So I will present the utility validation and impact assessment methodology, and just for the sake of completeness, I'm working for Hypertech, who is also the project coordinator in the utility Horizon 2020 project. So I hope you can see my screen and I can load the presentation. Can you please verify that you can see my main presentation screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so as I mentioned, this is related to the validation impact assessment methodologies of the utility solution. And going straight to the point, we started the project by having this question in our mind, whether the energy transition is a problem or an opportunity. So first of all, just to acknowledge that the transition is definitely happening and is disrupting the energy business landscape. More often we see all of us as end users becoming prosumers, having self-consumption technologies in our homes like PVs, batteries, and also seeking digitalized services and higher level of customer performances from the utilities. So things and mega trends that are happening at the same time are related to the energy price volatility and the deregulation of the energy markets, the increased competition within the utility business landscape that leads to low profit margins for the utilities, the appliance efficiency that tends to slash kilowatt-hour sales, the uptake of EPCs around the European region that boosts energy efficiency upgrades, the electrification of transport, and heat that leads to increased energy demand. Also, the adoption of behind-the-meter smart IoT technological solutions. As I mentioned earlier, the decarbonization that adds complexity as the usual, the typical consumer becomes prosumer, and also we are all talking about a digital generation, a data-driven world. So the future, the young age is coming to play, is becoming one of the major players in the utilities business landscape. So this summarizes the problem or the opportunity in three main pillars. So today's energy user is less grid dependent. The increased level of self-consumption, avoiding volatility of the wholesale market prices, and facilitate the participation in flexibility markets. As I mentioned earlier, we are discussing about a digital and data-driven world, a future when smart devices in the IoT world collect energy and performance data that offers knowledge-based value-added energy services to consumer. And also, we do face mainly our utility partners, our energy suppliers and retailers, they do face the out-of-touch problem. The out-of-touch problem is related to a future where energy retailers lose the touch with their customers, who are constantly seeking cost-effective and innovative service provision, and not just a volume of kilowatt hours. So energy, it is a commodity, but we all seek more and more from our utility provider, from our energy service provider. This brings us to the utility solution and what we're trying to achieve. So what is about is a customer journey in the energy efficiency. So we're talking about a universal behavioral change framework to engage customers through meaningful feedback. So we have three phases in the project: the unfreeze phase, the change phase, and the refreeze phase. So we are discussing about, within the unfreeze phase, we are discussing about to understand where the energy is consumed, whether there are any energy wasting activities and habits, and we try then to change this habit by providing recommendations, feedback, and work hand in hand with our end users. And at the end, what we're trying to do is to refreeze them in a state that they do consume less energy. So what is utility? Utility is trying to harness technology, behavioral change, and novel business models towards more efficient energy retail market with reduced carbon emissions. Here you can see a very high level technological solution conceptual overview. We start at the bottom with the smart IoT equipment that has been installed in residential and commercial buildings. And then we move to the backend system and the artificial intelligence. So at the beginning, and we have the sensing and data management layer. So it's the layer responsible working backend and is responsible for the data processing and management, as well as considering aspects related to the data privacy and data ownership. This can be achieved through the gateway and cloud communication between the residential or commercial premises and the utility cloud system. Then we move to the internal core services, which is responsible to deliver the behavior profiling, the energy waste determination, and the building performance rating, that all of them feed our applications. We do have two applications. One, we call them business application, and is the utility dashboard, let's say the energy the energy retailer dashboard, where it can show aggregated information related to the portfolio, the clients of the particular utility. And we do have the end user application, which is related to the engagement, the awareness, and the feedback provision to our end users. Moving to the validation of the solution, we're trying to find the optimum point, the tipping point, that between from a trade-off between three different aspects: the energy efficiency, the user acceptance, and the degree of automation. So the first question we try to answer is how much energy can be saved in a household, how much energy can be saved in an office building. The second one is related to the user acceptance and more specifically, what's the tolerance of the end users with regard to their behavioral habits and comfort preference to achieve energy consumption reduction. Are they open maybe to go down the limits of their energy to their comfort in order to achieve energy efficiency, or do they prefer a more flat approach? And the last one is with regards to the degree of automation. How automated an energy management system should be to fulfill the user preferences. So the question here is in a simple word is whether the end user wants to have the power in his or her hands, or it can rely on an automated system to achieve energy efficiency without violating their comfort preferences. So in order to validate the solution, we have developed different level of services. So we're starting from pure awareness, which might be the informative billing, some tips on the monthly or quarterly bill that an end user receives, going to real-time monitoring, and which is related to kind of a smart meter application where the end user has the ability to have a look on their energy consumption in real time, and the real-time triggering, which is related to some general feedback provision and information and tips related to energy efficiency, and this also is correlated to some weather, the weather situation, for example. So if it's a raining day, they might receive tips related to how they can reduce their energy consumption within a rainy day or something similar. Or if it's a vacation period, they might receive tips and the information related to how they can reduce the energy consumption while they are out of their household for a longer period of something like a week or two. And going to real-time personalized feedback provision based on historical data regarding user preferences, and this is where the profiling comes to the equation. So here we have already develop profiles of the end users related to their habits, related to their comfort preference, and we do give specific recommendations, personalized recommendations on how they can adapt their behavior in order to be more energy conscious, more energy efficient. And the last one is related to the semi-automation and control, where we do provide the users with some actions on automation and control of their heating and cooling, mainly equipment, and to a certain extent lighting. And we do expect them to either confirm and accept the provision of the feedback provision, or just reject it and take the power in their hands. So something, not that straightforward. So the validation scenario are based on different level of service and building intelligent level combination. Just to make it simpler for everyone attending this workshop, when we're talking about building intelligent levels, we're talking about what has been installed or not in the households, in the residential and commercial, also premises, the offices we do have in our project. So, for example, building intelligence one is there's no intelligence, there is nothing installed, and we try to understand whether this give us the general feedback provision and some tips on the monthly bills can give us insight on the energy consumption reduction. And then we move to only metering, where smart meters have been installed. The partially fledged buildings where they have been accommodated with smart metering equipment along with ambient condition sensing and monitoring equipment, and we do go to the fully fledged buildings where we have all the previous mentioned building intelligence levels equipment plus control and actuator equipment in order to automatically or in order to automatically control some building loads. And then we have, as I mentioned, the level of services. So we do try to understand whether for example, on the smart metering installation, what can be achieved with regards to the energy consumption and what's the cost of the solution. So we're trying to find the most cost-effective solution. So we might find at the end of the project, after the validation period, that despite the fact that we do provide real-time triggering to the users, and the level of service, hence the cost, the subscription to this particular service is higher, we do achieve the same energy efficiency as with the real-time monitoring. So we're trying to understand all these different interventions with the end users based on the technical assessment of the solution and the business assessment of the solution. Going to an overview of our timeline, we started back in 2018 with the initial calibration of the solution. We moved to the first trial. We tried to get some insights about the solution and adapt it through the preliminary evaluation, adapt the solution according to the feedback that we have got from the living labs. Then COVID-19 as a situation happened. We did have a short delay because, as most of the sister projects might understand, that we did have empty offices and occupied 24/7 residential premises that didn't give us the exact view on what's the actual case. And now we're trying to carry on with our trial 2 phase, and we are entering at the end of this year the temporary unavailability of the service in order to assess whether we have changed the energy habits of the end users and try to refreeze them in a lower energy consumption base. So the majority of, most of the focus has been given also to level of service 4 that we found from the trial period 1 that it's the most applicable to the end user. So the end user tends to like being notified with real-time recommendations and personalized messages that correspond to their particular personas, their particular profile, either behavioral profile or even comfort profile. With regards to the validation activities, we do have 5 pilot sites, 1 in Germany, 1 in Poland, 1 in Greece, 1 in France, and the last one in Spain. So we try to pretty much cover all the climate, different climate zones, from South Mediterranean climate to Atlantic climate and Alpine climate. As you might understand, with regards to the energy usage, we have 5 different cultures coming from 5 different countries, 5 different, to a certain extent, peak profiles. So the heating needs in the northern part of Europe are higher than in the southern parts, and vice versa with regards to the cooling needs. So to a certain extent, it's a solution that is tailored to each individual user requirements. With regards to the validation of the business assessment and the validation of the business model, so what we have as a motto is from sensor data to innovative business model. We have grouped our business models understudy in two main categories. So we think that the retailer of the future should work also as an ESCO, or the retailer of the future should wear the hat of the aggregator. So we have we have a bunch of business models under study that are related to the energy service company provision, and these are the comfort preserving energy efficiency and the energy efficiency audits towards near zero energy buildings. And with regards to the grid aspects, we have the retailer as an aggregation bunch of business models, and these are related mainly to the supply and demand imbalances for a better management of the portfolio and reduction of the risk for the energy supplier, community VVPs, DSO cost minimization, and dynamic retailer pricing schemas to engage more the end user and achieve customer retention mainly, and further on customer acquisition. So the validation of the business model implemented at pilot sites, and as you might have seen, there is one common business model that we focus on across all the pilot sites, and this is the comfort preserving energy efficiency. And this comes back to defining the tipping point, the optimum solution of understanding how much energy can be saved without violating the comfort preferences of the end users. Then, as you might have seen, there are secondary business models based on each pilot site that they are of their interest. So, again, on discussing about the value proposition and how we create value with UtilitEE project. So it's a win-win approach. First of all, on the customer side, and if we're talking about offices, commercial buildings, so what the building manager can get is energy efficiency and energy bill reduction and control, energy performance optimization for different space users. So different, as you might understand and found also in other systems, in the rest of the projects, there are different requirements per space type. So a meeting room should have different requirements in comparison with an open plan office. And moreover, we're discussing about the building owner, the commercial building owner, to meet legal obligations for public buildings and be provided with enhanced energy analytics, as well as considering the employees' health, well-being, and productivity. With regards to the residential sector and the B2C segment, what the end user gets is home automation and energy management services, increased home comfort, efficiency, and safety, cut down of their energy bills, and advanced services tailored to their profile and their needs. Going to the utility side, we are discussing about a scalable and flexible energy as a service model that creates value proposition with personalized service bundles. Can be either tailored, narrowed down to the lifestyle, personalized service, convenience, ease of use, or even energy savings for specific customer segment. It depends on what is applicable to each customer segment. And we do also, as discussed, the utility can have enhanced customer retention and acquisition numbers, optimize the trade-off between self-serve and out-of-touch that we discussed at the beginning of the presentation, and also some portfolio insights in order to expand to new market segments, tailor down their services to particular customer segments, and enable the exploration of novel business models. So if we want to see a visual representation of the value creation, here is the utility solution partner. So we do believe that the future energy retailer will act as an ESCO, as an aggregator, and in collaboration with the technology providers that are responsible for the hardware development and manufacturement, as well as the software development and supply, will get in touch with the end user as well as with the energy, the grid, let's say the smart grid. So from the one hand, you have the utility solution partners being engaged with the energy wholesale market, as well as with some flexibility and ancillary service markets, and offer the surplus of the energy or even the cut down of the energy as a flexibility to the energy market. And at the same time, they do offer energy as a service to the end user, and the user is getting based on the subscription fee, guarantee energy use, energy efficiency, flexibility provision, as well as some insights with regards to their energy analytics, real-time monitoring, and the notification and feedback provision. So how we have split it down our validation activities. So the first step is to position the end users, our end users, to particular personas, categories based on a questionnaires, that they have to fill when they register first time in the application. So we have split it, the category, the end users, to three different personas: the environmentalist, the social focus, and the self focus, which is more money driven. Based on this categorization, we then tailor down our approach with regards to the recommendations to them. So there are different recommendations that an environmentalist will get in comparison with the end user, who mainly focus on money and the savings of the energy. The second step is to set up the campaigns based on the defined business models per pilot partner. So each pilot partner has been assigned, based on their interest, a particular business model. Then they set campaigns to validate the effectiveness of this business model under study based on specific KPIs related to the user engagement and response, the targeted energy efficiency percentage, if we're talking about the business model who is under the bunch of the retailer as an ESCO business model. As I mentioned earlier, the main focus within the project has been given to the comfort-preserving energy efficiency business model. And the step number 3 is related to the trials and the validation of different level of service and install equipment combination. So each pilot building is assigned a building intelligence level, and several levels of services are offered throughout the validation activities in an attempt to validate the most effective combination regarding specific and defined KPIs related to the business model. So pretty much that's it with regards to the validation activities and methodologies of the utility project. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Hi, Evan. There is a question from Fausto. Fausto Sands from Comet. He says, temporary unavailability, how does it work? Fausto, I think I'm gonna unmute you, and you can clarify what that is. Can I unmute you?
Thank you, Sia.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes.
There you go.
Hello,
Yeah,
Fausto.
hello. When you talk about this temporary unavailability, sorry, I just didn't get it quite right in the process previous in the slide. I think it was slide number 8. How does it work exactly?
Okay, so the idea is to stop any interventions with the targeted group under study. So let's say that we are in Spain, for example, and we have already set it up and run a campaign related to energy efficiency. So the idea is for the period of the campaign that is running, let's say 2 months, the end users are getting a lot of feedback, a lot of recommendation, and for a period of 1 month or even less, 2 weeks, we stop any intervention with them in order to understand whether this becomes part of their everyday habits, whether we help them or not to change their behavioral approach with regards to energy efficiency.
Okay, one question. Do they contact you asking why did you stop, or
No. They haven't yet.
okay.
Why did we stop? So it's kind of a background observation of this solution. This is an idea from our behavioral scientist, University of Basel in Switzerland, who have developed the behavioral change approach and the whole framework. So the idea is we have already informed them that at some point we will stop. They will stop getting a lot of notifications at the beginning of the project through the Living Labs, but they haven't get an official confirmation that for a month or even 2 weeks they will stop getting notifications.
Oh, thank you. It will be quite interesting to see how they react. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
Not from the audience.
All right, so let me check my notes and who is next. In order to move on to the next presentation, it's eTeacher, and it's Gloria Calleja from Semosa, who acts as a technical manager of the project.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I have sent the link of the YouTube video of the video that Ashley couldn't show. I'm not sure if it is if it is up if it is possible to show so the audience have a better idea about the project, or if it is a problem. Can someone say something?
Sorry, what was that question?
If you can show the video that Ashley couldn't show.
Oh, okay.
I have sent
Sure.
the YouTube link so the audience
No, for
can have a
eTeacher,
better.
for eTeacher, let's try. Give me a second.
Yeah.
No, it's not working. Okay, do you want to do the YouTube?
Yeah, I have sent in the chat the YouTube link.
All right, so then I'll share from my screen.
So this video was planned to show in the first session, but it was not possible. So let's see if it is possible to show now, so everyone has a better idea about the project. And if not, I will start with my presentation.
Okay, give me 1 second. I see. Does everyone see? Evan, do you see my screen?
No, I see. No, I don't see your screen.
You see it now?
Yes.
Oops.
But we cannot hear. No, we cannot hear.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Okay,
to
so
be honest with the.
okay, so let's go to the presentation and put on this time because we don't have that much time. Okay, so I will explain the validation and impact assessment methodology that we have developed and we are using in eTeacher. Okay. So first I will explain the objectives, then the methodology. I will also talk about our experimental design, the KPIs that we are using for the impact assessment, the action plan that we are using for the validation, and finally how our plans have changed because of the COVID and the impact that COVID had in our methodology. So the objectives of our validation is to identify behavioral changes of building users encouraged by our eTeacher tools. Of course, these behaviors are related to energy efficiency and comfort conditions. And we also want to evaluate the impact and effects of those behavior changes in terms of energy savings and comfort conditions. As Ashley already mentioned, we have given our tools to 12 buildings, 2 healthcare centers, 2 schools, 1 residential building and 1 office in Spain, 1 school and 1 office in the UK, and 4 residential buildings in Romania. As a summary of the tools that we have given to the pilot buildings and users, we have installed some monitoring devices in the buildings. We also have some cloud services for data storage and processing, and we have given an eTeacher app to the users. And this eTeacher app provides recommendation for energy savings, provide scores related to energy efficiency and comfort conditions. It provides information about the energy consumption and data related to energy efficiency and comfort conditions, okay, to encourage the behavioral change. This is the methodology, the validation methodology we are using. I must say we are interested in 2 kind of behaviors, energy related behaviors, how they use their energy, and also engagement behaviors. To validate and to validate these behavioral changes, we collect 2 kind of evidence, measure and self-reported evidence. And we use 3 methods that are mentioned here, but I will explain later with more detail. So we use monitoring data, we use data collected through our eTeacher app, and we use feedback forums and surveys, okay? So regarding the monitoring, we are doing a monitoring at building level and at apartment and room level. We are monitoring outdoor conditions like temperature, CO2, relative humidity, and solar radiation. We are monitoring indoor conditions, temperature, CO2, relative humidity, and luminance. We are also monitoring energy consumption, lighting, HVAC, and appliances at room level and building level. As I said, we are also monitoring the total consumptions, and we are also monitoring other variables like presence and windows opening. Okay. Regarding the eTeacher app, the data that we are collecting is related to the users' statistic, total users and average, and we are collecting data like the number of users registered, the number of active users per specific building, the number of users per specific functionality, and the number of accepted recommendations. Okay. And regarding the feedback forum, we are periodically meeting with the building users in forums where we discuss about, or we are going to discuss about the use of how they use the eTeacher tool, and also we want to collect some feedback, what they like more, what they don't like, what they would improve, and this kind of information. And regarding the surveys, we have done a survey before we give to them the teacher app, and we are going to do another survey when after using the eTeacher app or while using the eTeacher app. And this survey is focused on comfort, on their energy, behavior, and awareness, and on how they use lighting, appliances, heating, and cooling. So these are the three methods that we have to collect information for our validation. And our experimental design is based on the eMeasure methodology. We use control environments and study environments. So the control environments are environments or rooms or apartments where we won't give a teacher up, and the study environments are environments, rooms or apartments where we will give, or we have given our eTeacher app, and we want to compare these two kind of environments before during our baseline period, so before we give to them the eTeacher app and after we give to them the eTeacher app. So we have monitored the building level in all the buildings and all the control zones or environments, and some of the study environments. Some of the study environments are not monitored because of budget issues, and these control environments won't have the eTeacher app, and these study environments will have our eTeacher app. So we compare control environments and study environments during the baseline period, and we see the deviation of their behaviors when they should be more or less similar, because none of them have our tools, and we compare the behavior of this control and monitoring and study environments when they have a teacher app, to see how much we have changed their behavior. Okay. These are examples of buildings where we have, for example, here one study environment, one control environment, and all this area, white area, will be the also study environment, which are not monitored, but their behavior will be reflected at building level. So let's say the study environment, the blue area and the white area will have our app, but this green area won't have our app. Here is another building with 2 floors. It's an office building with a big office in every floor, and one will be a controls environment, and the other one will be the study environment. I must say here that this approach, where we have used control environments, have saved our validation methodology, because our conditions have changed a lot due to COVID. So first of all, we have a delay, so the weather conditions of the baseline period and demonstration period will be different because of COVID. And also because the use of the buildings have changed a lot. Now, for example, the schools has much more ventilation because of COVID. Many offices have reduced occupancy because many staff are doing home office. Also, the residential buildings are more occupied than before. So let's say now our baseline period is different from our demonstration period, and it's this approach in which we have used control environments that is going to save somehow our validation. Okay. Now I would like to talk about the KPIs that we are going to use for the impact assessment. So the first impact is the energy savings and reduction of CO2 emissions. The target is to save in between 6 and 10% of the energy and to reduce the same amount of CO2 emissions. And we have, for this, we have used two main KPIs, which is the energy saving and the number of iterations with eTeacher app. The measurement methods that we have used for the energy saving, we are using the monitoring data, and for the number of iteration with the eTeacher app, we are using data collected through our eTeacher app. And here I wanted to illustrate a little bit the calculation procedure. It's just an overview. It's more complicated, but I wanted to give some hints. So we use the building energy saving ratio, and there we use the energy consumption at building level, the energy consumption in the control environments, and also the factor, which is the relation in between the control environments and the study environments. Okay. We also use the CO2 savings using the conversion factor, and also the recommendations accepted, which is collected through our eTeacher app. Okay. Another impact is the fast deployment, and for that we have used two main KPIs, which is the time for building characterization, because we need to characterize the building to customize our tools. It depends the recommendations, and so depends on the system that are in every building, on how the user can use those systems. For example, if they can open or not the window, if they can control the thermostat. So this kind of information needs to be collected, and is what we call building characterization, and it's also the time for the monitoring deploying, which is one of the tasks that takes more time, because the rest of the tools consists of downloading an app from Google Play or Apple Store, so it doesn't take that much time. The target was 1 month during the project and 1 week after the project, and the measurement method is we are mainly monitoring the time that we need during the demonstration. Yeah, and the calculation procedure is that data collected from the project experience. Another impact that we want to evaluate is the fast adoption, and for that the main indicator is the user acceptance. Our target is that in between 15 and 30% of the users are satisfied, and the measurement method for this are the data collected through the eTeacher app and the data collected through the surveys. And here again, I wanted to illustrate a little bit the calculation procedure, even if it is a bit more complicated. But here we use the average number of active users, the total number, and the total number of users registered in the app. And we also use the percentage of users willing to use the app after our demonstration that is collected in the service. Finally, the last impact I wanted to talk, we have more impacts, but these are the 4 main impacts, is the number of users changing behavior. For this, we are using 3 main KPIs: the energy savings collected through the monitoring data, the number of users accepting recommendations provided by our app that we collect also through the eTeacher app, and the changes reported, the behavioral changes reported by the users through the service. And the target is that we achieve a 30% of user changing behavior. I didn't include anything here about the calculation procedure because these are the energy savings is already explained, and the other data is directly from the app or from the survey. So these are the four main impacts that we want to address. And finally, I also wanted to explain a little bit about the action plan of our validation. It has three phases. The first phase is focused on an internal validation, on developing the procedures for the supervision of the tools, the engagement and the monitoring, and developing also the engagement planning. And also we did some internal demonstration and training workshop with the users. The core phase, which is the phase where the building users have our tools and use our tools. The main activities are the user engagement plan, which consists of weekly emails to encourage the use of eTeacher app, the supervision and maintenance of the monitoring technology, the tools and the engagement level, the feedback forum surveys and user interviews, and the evaluation and tracking of the results and impacts to see if we need to do more engagement actions or if everything is fine. And then in the final phase of the validation, we do the analysis of all the data collected through the monitoring, the app and the service, and we want to draw conclusions and best practice. And finally, I would like to mention some impact that the COVID had in our validation. First of all, there was some months where we didn't have access to the building, so we couldn't maintain the monitoring devices. And also our buildings were some of them completely empty and some of them we can reduce use. And for that reason, we decided to do a project suspension during 3 months, and that's why we are behind the schedule. Another impact is that because we couldn't do all the training workshops and feedback forum face-to-face, we had developed a new user engagement plan based on emails to introduce and encourage the use of eTeacher app. The feedback forums will be online instead of face-to-face, as I mentioned. And for us, it's now very difficult to compare the energy consumption and all the data before and after eTeacher. And that's why we are going to use the control rooms and environments to draw our conclusions. That's it. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Gloria. Thanks for the presentation. There are no questions from the audience. One question from my side is related to how you manage to keep the same conditions between the targeted study area and the control area. I mean, number of people involved, same energy, behavioral habits, and so on.
So we have chosen those two kind of environments, taking into account the use, the outdoor conditions that they have. So if they are outdoor rooms or more inside rooms, so we have the same HVAC system. So we have we have studied and every building and selected environments that are very similar. And apart from that, we will do a comparison during the baseline where both should be should have similar behavior, and we see the deviation that there is in between both environments, and we correct the difference during the demonstration phase with that deviation.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation on eTeacher validation activities, and we can move on to InBetween project, and in particular Marco Baltic from the Pupin Institute, who acts as a technical manager of the project. Marco, the floor is yours.
Okay, so just let me know if you're seeing the presentation in full screen or you're looking at the presentation mode.
We do see it as a presentation mode.
Okay.
We see it in notes mode though. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
that's fine.
So they should be good. Okay, perfect. So thank you for the introduction. So my name is Marko Batic from Institute Mihailo Pupin, and I will complement the Federica's presentation on the InBetween project. As I'm acting as a technical coordinator of the project, and our, let's say, institute was responsible for, let's say, development and deployment of majority of components in there. So just before going into details, just to have an overview of the presentation itself. So before going into the validation and impact assessment methodologies, I would just like to have a brief overview about the InBetween objectives and the solution overview in principle, and then we will jump onto the KPIs that were defined and the way we actually calculated the energy consumption savings, and basically some lessons learned that are accompanying those. So just before going further, I just wanted to highlight, let's say, the key objectives of InBetween. And these can be summed up in, let's say, a couple of bullets shown here. So we want to first identify the energy waste. So obviously those are the low-hanging, there are lots of low-hanging fruits in terms of increasing energy efficiency. And in principle, although we are a research project and developing very sophisticated energy services, often those actions and activities that create the largest impact regarding the energy savings are those that are quite simple and relatively easy to implement. So we want to learn our end users how they can conserve this energy. And what's even, let's say, the more difficult task is to motivate them to actually act. As we were able to see in previous presentations, selling the energy efficiency is not an easy task to do. So we often actually sell them together with comfort, security, health services, and so on. Finally, we want to help our end users to actually carry out those energy efficiency practices, because in several, let's say, previous projects that we were involved in, we normally get to the end users, get them, let's say, some kind of feedback and so on, but they usually lack some assistance in actually conducting those actions. So at the end, we wanted to end up with an affordable solution that that can bring this added value, and of course, we would like to have at least possible disruption of their comfort, everyday activities, and so on. So what is the InBetween? Just to have a brief overview of the solution itself. It's an ICT cloud-based platform. And in the very core of this platform and the very core of this project was development of the innovative energy and non-energy services. So these can be summed up into four, let's say, key ones, which are the consumption analytics service, the real-time home monitoring and notification service, the demand optimization and scheduling service, and the energy efficiency performance evaluation and benchmarking. But of course, having these services, we need to, let's say, consume lots of data and get lots of information from our, let's say, field devices. And on the right, on the left-hand side, you can see a range of different field-level devices that were used for this purpose. These are used to provide, let's say, a holistic and comprehensive energy and ambient monitoring. And this was in particular important to highlight at this point that we have also, let's say, deployed different levels of technology deployment, in the sense that we covered, in some cases, only monitoring equipment, in some cases, both monitoring and control equipment, and in some cases, almost no equipment, basically using only smart meter data. This was, in fact, since we are, let's say, realistic, and that having all these solutions rolled out on a much larger audience and much wider number of end users. We cannot rely that we will have all the end users equipped with a large number of sensors and that we will have very detailed breakdown of their consumption. And you can see here with the orange arrows, those are not only sensors but also actuators that were present in the project. So we have the smart plugs and smart cables, as well as smart thermostats, as actuators on the field that we use to actually do automatic actions. To be honest, we have placed an end user in the middle. So we have enabled automatic action, but we just wanted to have user in the middle just to have their confirmation in order not to interfere too much into their daily habits. The rest, the blue ones, are basically the sensors. So you can see the smart meter interface and different ambient sensors are listed here. So what was let's say the main issue, what was also mentioned before, is how to provide these, let's say, results and outputs of these services to our end users. And this was done, of course, by designing a suitable user-centric interfaces. And for this, the original, let's say, description work actually contained only this web app. And this web app, as I mentioned before, was designed using responsive design approach. That means that it would be, let's say, easily used on the mobile phones. That means that it adjusts their screen resolution, size, and so on. But we realized in the course of the project that we are lacking lots of native Android features or native mobile application features, such as, let's say, notifications that can pop up, push through notifications, and so on, that we have a more engaging relationship with our end users. Therefore, believe it or not, InBetween as a project actually volunteered and kind of did it for free, developed this mobile app just for the purpose of having our services, developed services, reaching our end users in the best possible way. Of course, what was our, let's say, main concern in terms of integration of the field equipment? As I said, the core of the InBetween project was development of services and interfaces, whereas the field devices, of course, were off-the-shelf DRL9, available on the market. And our idea was to be able to integrate any pre-existing home automation solutions. Of course, for the sake of this project, we had a single technology provider, it was Develco, but in principle, our architecture supports integration with different automation solutions. We will hear a bit more about it later. So once we got to know a little bit more about the InBetween solution and the overall ICT platform, I would now like to jump into the validation methodologies and basically just to get you the idea of what is the kind of indicators that we were, let's say, recording within the app. We are now, as Federica mentioned previously, close to the project end, so we have quite matured this logging system, and we have, let's say, already some significant results to share, as will be done later on. But just before going to more details, I would like to just stress that there are different KPI perspectives. As we define the KPIs, as probably every other project at the very beginning of the project, we define some KPIs which are, you can see here just an excerpt from the table, which are quite, let's say, I would say common on this kind of project. But what we realized that we would definitely need different groups for platform users, then different KPIs for the demo site owners, and then lots of KPIs needed for the platform maintenance teams, the R&D, and so on, for the analysis of behavior change and so on. So naturally, we weren't that clever at the very beginning to grasp all of this at the moment. So this KPI list evolved throughout the project, actually. So we ended up with multiple KPIs categories, and these you can see are, let's say, listed here in broad terms. So we summed up these in energy performance and comfort KPIs. Those were, let's say, the official project KPIs, and these are calculated on daily, weekly, and monthly levels and stored in the database available for let's say, our project partners, but probably it will be for some third-party service providers later on. But these had to be complemented with some user engagement KPIs, and these actually are the ones that evolved throughout the project as the applications matured, the interfaces matured, and we were able to log more information. Of course, being able to log more information actually allowed us the opportunity to evolve also with this validation methodology. So what we have here is basically we have a complete application, mobile application usage statistics, which is basically all in-app activities in terms of clicking any button, control buttons, any buttons to go to move in and out of the app, logging in and out, using pretty much any button inside the app, presence in each of application screens, and so on. So this is quite detailed now. We also included the user feedback. You also were able to see this previously. This is basically a very common 5-star rating window that pops up on the screen that the user is using at the moment. We didn't want to annoy them too much, so it pops up every 5th time the user visits the screen. So each let's say in the terminology of Android, so each activity or screen of the mobile application has let's say a specific feedback form, and the user is able to actually rate different parts of the application, of course, as well as the integrated application. So we move forward to the collected data report. This was especially important for our platform maintenance teams, basically, because as you will see later on, we had, of course, as expected, problems and issues with the connectivity of sensors and gateways. We had issues on logging the needed information and so on. So we needed to have very timely information about the actual functioning of our platform. Finally, we have under this group this notification statistics, and this was also very important for us since the platform and the solution is issuing user-tailored, user-specific notification regarding not only energy conservation measures that are applicable for end users, but also regarding security, health, and comfort. Remember that I said that we wanted to wrap up the energy efficiency also, or to join it and merge it with other non-energy services, because it's a much more secure way to actually get to the end user's attention. So we have very complete notification statistics in terms of what are the number of notifications being sent, what are the number of notifications being received, because this is not, of course, equal. People turn off their mobile phones, they lose internet and so on. So this happened a lot. We have different types of notifications regarding, as I said, different aspects. So these are all tracked, and we're able to have very detailed breakdown on this. Finally, we have this in-application reports, which is basically, as you can see here on the right hand, is a piece of this summary report for end users. Naturally, end users would like to have an excerpt of the KPIs, very, let's say, simplified and very clear way of, let's say, assessing their activity within the app. So this is kind of a mix of energy performance, energy efficiency performance, and notification statistics. So moving forward, the actual validation methodology, well, this is, I would say, also a relatively common thing. We based it on the IP MVP, and basically for the purpose of this calculation, we use, of course, a subset of the KPIs, and here you can see the list of the ones that we considered. Of course, naturally, those are the total electricity consumption, space heating, domestic hot water, CO2 emissions, and the cost savings, of course. But I would say that the specific instance of the IP MVP, or better to say, this adjusted baseline energy profile, this is something that was, of course, specific and tailored to our project. So what does this entail in terms of in-between? As mentioned before by Federica, we have two pilot sites, Vilogia and the Sonnenplatz. Vilogia is primarily the social housing owner, basically, so those are apartment buildings, whereas the Sonnenplatz is a more rural use case with detached houses and public buildings. So what has been done is basically to have this adjusted baseline. We applied normalization for the heating degree days. And basically, since the baseline was, let's say, a bit delayed due to several reasons, or not to say delayed, it started on time, but for some households, for some apartments, it was delayed due to many reasons, as you have all encountered, as you know, that the face-to-face visits and a huge number of iterations needed to complete the actual deployment of technology is always a cumbersome and time-consuming procedure. So what we did is we complemented the baseline measurements with some invoice data, and basically we used as much as monitoring data as possible. So in Velogia, this meant that for the heating consumption, we were able to use measurement from the smart cables because they're using electric radiators. So this was quite, let's say, straightforward to get the heating consumption, as well as for the DHW, because they have a hot water tank that is also electricity supplied. So these were very easy and, as I said, complete monitoring data that we were able to acquire. When it comes to of course, the COVID breakdown and the lockdown period, of course, as others, we had some issues during the validation in this project, because our baselining and deployment of technology was before this. We were lucky for this because this was the period that required some face-to-face visit, whereas in the validation period, the impact on the technology deployment and the validation procedures was not that high of the COVID, but the actual numbers and the actual values that we were receiving, of course, are quite, let's say, different from, let's say, the baseline. And this is, of course, not in a good direction always, because whereas we expected some energy savings, there was, of course, an expected energy increase due to the lockdown period in residential, whereas it was extremely decreased in non-residential buildings. And this is, let's say, a typical situation encountered by all projects. Unfortunately, after performing this lockdown analysis, we weren't able to acquire some, let's say, normalization factors that could be applied to these values, because there were very different, let's say, situations going from user to end user during the lockdown period. In some cases, people actually moved out from apartments to countryside. In some cases, they were staying at home. They increased their consumption. So it was very tricky to actually somehow assess a common, let's say, normalization factor that could be applied. The same stands for the Sonnenplatz, but here we also had some, let's say, difference when it comes to collecting the values of the electricity consumption and the heating. Electricity was, let's say, commonly assessed by the EMI, the energy meter interface, and this was, let's say, a bit problematic in some cases because in some cases people introduced photovoltaics, and basically they were connected on the smart meter and not the prosumer meter, which meant that we actually started mixing the energy consumed from the grid and energy locally produced. So we had a problem with the corruption of some monitoring data for some periods. So these are all some, let's say, influencing factors for collecting the data that would provide a meaningful full validation. When it comes to heating, again, where possible, we were using the heat meters and, of course, applied suitable regression to account for the, let's say, change in the weather. And basically, we used as well as previous case, the invoice data wherever we were lacking or missing some baseline periods. So when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and basically the economic analysis, these are both relying, of course, on the energy savings previously elaborated. And it's just interesting just to mention here that in Velogia, it was, let's say, a tariff with peak and off-peak hours. So this was, of course, taken into account when calculating electricity cost savings. whereas in the Sonnenplatz, there was no time discrimination for the energy prices, so it was relatively straightforward in this sense. I would like to share some lessons learned from, as I said, this validation procedure. So basically, all the results, as I said, must be interpreted quite cautiously because there are really many factors influencing the reliability. As I said, first of all is data availability throughout the whole baseline and validation, which was not always the case. The combination of invoice and monitor data, of course, this introduced some uncertainty in the calculation as well. Of course, the precision of the HTD normalization and the corrections. Of course, the regression models are imperfect. There were some change of the habits during the COVID-19 lockdown, and this really leads to, let's say, a difficulties in ability to associate the actual cause of energy savings in terms of it's not so easy, although we have deployed, I will talk about it later, a means and mechanisms to associate specific energy savings to the actions of end users that were, let's say, triggered by our solution. But this is in principle not easy to associate. And in some cases, the energy savings and other savings are comparable with the margin of error of the calculation process. So this looks like an excuse list, but it's a reality, and this is, I am sure, something that all the other projects encountered to a greater or smaller extent. When it comes to the impact assessment methodology, the first two actually quite heavily rely on the previous books. I will just mention them shortly. And of course, we want to see the amounts of the total energy consumption saved, the CO2, and the cost, of course. The impact number 2 and 3 are basically associated to the mechanism that I would like to speak a little bit more. Those are the number of end users changing their behavior and the actual adoption of InBetween platform. So for this purpose, what we introduce is what was mentioned previously by Federica, and I would just like to elaborate a little bit more about these mechanisms. As I said, we introduced the mobile app, which allowed us to have more Android native experience, which allowed us to have much more ability to log people's activities and their actions and to associate them, of course. So starting with the first one, we wanted to see how and how much they are engaged with the platform. So for this purpose, we are using this number of sessions and the intensity of each session. So what does this mean? So the session is basically let's say, as a series of interactions within the app that happens in a window that is less than 30 minutes. So we want to sum up everything that happens in less than 30 minutes, all the different activities within the app. So the intensity actually speaks about the actual numbers of clicks, moving back and forward through the app, visiting each screen and so on. But these numbers can be very high, and that's why we introduced this, let's say, term session, and we are counting number of these sessions per day, per month, or per week, per month, and so on. The following is basically the compliance indication. So basically, we want to see whether the people are actually reacting to our notifications. As I said, the notifications that our platform is issuing are user-tailored and specific in terms that we use real-time measurements. We have the real-time rule-based service that is using contextual knowledge that is stored in ontology. I will mention it later on as well. And basically is providing some real-time notifications about the energy conservation possible, about some, that just to give you an example, that means that we send people whether the window is open and the heating is on in that very specific room. So we associate that specific window with a specific room and a specific heater, and different security notifications, such as, for example, the people are outside the apartment and the windows are being open and so on. So we want to see whether they have reacted to these kind of notifications. And for this, we are able to actually track whether they have turned on and off a specific heater, for example. To actually help them conduct this activity, as you can see here in the screenshot, each notification has ability to immediately, through the notification, they can turn on and off a specific device. They can do it, of course, in a separate screen, but they can do it from the notification as well. Following is the use of the actuator. So we wanted to know whether they're using our application and the solution to actually operate their apartment, house. And basically, the use of actuators can be, let's say, twofold. They can use it explicitly by turning on and off using the buttons within the application, but they can also use, here you can see on the right-hand side, the scheduling service. This is a scheduling service where they can use on appliance level. So for each appliance, they can have a weekly schedule with unlimited number of intervals for switching on and off devices that are able to, of course, switch on and off. These are the ones connected via the smart plugs and the smart cables. Finally, we get to the user satisfaction, and we monitor this, as I said before, through the user feedback forms, which are placed, which have been designed for each screen and for generally for the app. And we try to find, let's say, the best compromise in terms of not annoying too much people with popping out with this all the time. But we, of course, parameterize this and do it for now every fifth time, or on their every fifth visit, for example. Of course, these can be changed. So pretty much this gave us the idea of what are the specific services that they like the most and they're interested the most. So sorry for taking too long. Maybe thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy to provide any answers for the potential questions.
Thank you, Marco. It was very nice presentation on in-between validation activities and how you're trying to capture the impact of the in-between solution on the end user side. There are a couple of questions from the audience. I can crack on with them, passing the questions to you. First question is whether you have performed any pre-validation analysis before selecting specific IoT devices.
Yeah, so this was actually a no-brainer for us in the sense that this was a project partner that supplied this equipment. So in terms of picking the right IT equipment, we were kind of, let's say, leaning on Develco's equipment. However, we have developed on a gateway level a custom component based on the OGMA technology. I'm sure that few of you already know this piece of technology, which allowed us to easily integrate third-party, let's say, vendors and equipment providers. Actually, we integrated an external device, which was, if you recall, there was a smart thermostat, and this was a Danfoss, for example, smart thermostat, but this was integrated through Develco's gateway. So we helped a lot as Pupin for the development of the canonical data model, which actually enabled this interoperability. But I will speak maybe a little bit more about it later, so not to let's say, discover it all right now.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, how do you quantify thermal comfort? Have you selected metrics based on particular standards?
Yeah, for the thermal comfort, yeah, there was a standard. I can't recall exactly the name, but it was a common state-of-the-art in terms of, let's say, assessing not only the temperature but also the humidity. These are, let's say, we were using, let's say, the data available from the sensors supplied, as I said, from Develco, and apart from comfort, they also included. For example, the air quality, not only, as I said, the comfort in terms of temperature and humidity, but also air quality, which was measuring volatile organic compounds and so on. So we tried to, let's say, hybridize a little bit this methodology and to, let's say, enhance it a little bit by also including the air quality into comfort as well.
That's fine, thank you. Last question for you. Which IP MVP option have you selected? And I might extend this question on trying to understand how this IP MVP methodology that you have selected is not impacted from COVID. I understand that it is, but you, based on my understanding, you found a solution around it.
Actually, as I said, we had very detailed analysis for this COVID lockdown period, and there was, to tell you the truth, not let's say a solid and groundbreaking solution. What we tried to do is to adjust somehow the consumptions that we were measuring, and as I said, going from one case to another, we realized that there was no, at least for our use cases, for example, there was no, let's say, a uniform, a straightforward change of the behavior, in the sense that some people moved out to the countryside. So although we expected the increase in, for example, in apartments, there was a huge decrease. For the public buildings, of course, as expected, but there was not a uniform behavior that we could take into account and apply it in terms of some kind of correction factor.
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, yeah, we have the same issue with utility. There's no such a trend. People react differently on such situations, such as the COVID outbreak, and what we found as a trend is similar approaches per country, although. So different countries, they do have different cultures, and they might react pretty much the same way on such situations.
Yeah, you're right. Not to mention that the lockdowns also differ from country to country. Also, the curfew also changes. Timings are, let's say, differed from country to country. So you're right. These are also a fact.
Right. Thank you very much for your detailed presentation. And this brings us to the point of finishing session number 2 and moving to session number 3. What I would like is the rest of the presenters today just to stay on time with regards to their presentations. Let me introduce session number 3. This is related to technical and legal challenges of these Horizon 2020 projects, and in detail, session number 3 will be dedicated to the discussion of the different challenges identified during the development phase of the projects. Such challenges will include monitoring technology implementation, data capture quality, personal data protection, system interoperability, data analysis, application, and gamification development issues and challenges. So,
Evangelos.
Yes.
Philip, are we passing to session number 3?
Oops. Sorry. Yeah, you are right. Sorry, Philip, about this. Yeah, I missed feedback. So we still have, apologies about this. So we still have feedback to present on the validation and impact assessment methodologies, and then we can move on to session number 3. I'm conscious about the time. I got a private message from Zia that this go to webinar license will end 12:45 CT time, so we have to finish our workshop by that time. So again, I would like to ask all the rest of the presenters to stay on time with regards to their presentations. Philip, again, apologies for missing feedback.
No problem.
Please.
Okay, show my screen. I believe you can all see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay.
Lee, do you want to turn on your webcam?
Yeah. Okay. Let me just move these panels. Okay. So I will try to be short regarding the impact assessment methodologies that we prepared in feedback. So feedback was very. I'm sorry, just 1 second. I need to move this panel. Okay, much better now. So feedback was in many aspects very similar to the previous projects that were discussed. You can see here in this slide the, let's say, the elements of the project in the shaded green rectangles. So we had equipment in the buildings. We put some meters and sensors already. Some of them already existed in the demos of the project. And then we created a database. So basically, equipment were consuming energy, and we were monitoring that consumption and the comfort conditions. The data was sent to a database similarly to the other projects, and then measurements were kind of accessed by different applications that we developed in feedback. You can see here several of those applications. Put here my laser pointer. We had a profiling segmentation to define the personas, as we were discussing previously, and another series of more technical applications like an automation manager, load disaggregation algorithms for residential and commercial buildings and office buildings, occupancy forecasting, so segmentation of consumption, and net load forecasting. We also had kind of significant innovation in this type of projects, which was the behavior predictor, and the idea was to predict behavior of the users of the buildings. We used machine learning algorithm, so we would try to identify the behavior for tomorrow of a group of users, and then see if our prediction was fine or if it was entirely wrong. And the idea was to learn with the mistakes that we would do in this forecasting. Okay, we developed a gamification platform, which was already discussed, and some of the elements were presented by Niall in the first session. So we had some learning elements, we call them learning objects, that were integrated in this platform. And the platform had two types of competition, so individual with the leaderboard and everything that was related with engagement. And initially we defined the team competition that was specifically related with energy savings. Okay, the gamification platform was from the beginning, we didn't define in the DOA, but we from the beginning we decided that it would be a mobile application for Android and iOS. So we skipped the browser-based version, and we had only the mobile app for the project. And an energy manager, which in the end was the mobile app with extra features for the building managers. So the mobile app was this user interactive interface, and then for the building manager, it was more or less the same interface with some slight changes. Okay, these measurements were fed in these applications, and then user characteristics here is the user's personas. The automation main objective was to control some of the equipment. So we didn't implement this in the project, at least so far. We had an algorithm, and we showed through simulation that it works, but it turned out to be very complex to implement this because of budget restrictions. And afterwards, when we were expecting to implement it in a HVAC system, we had the COVID outbreak, and then it was barely impossible to do it. Okay, so then we define, I will not explain all the flows that you can watch here, so I will skip some of them, but the idea was that everything, all these applications that were developed in feedback, so profiling and all of this, the starting point was the measurement data that we collected from the buildings. Okay, so we had 3 demonstrators. We had one in Porto, so office building. And our target was 15% energy savings, because there was a lot of energy that could be saved, like lightings at night and all sorts of things in an office building. So the target was high. Barcelona was the biggest demonstrator, and it involved a huge number of users. I don't know if we have them here, but it was we had 10 public buildings. So we are talking of big buildings like libraries and sports centers, and also office buildings. So we have even 2 schools. So it was a very big demonstrator and a very demanding one. And the third one was smaller. It was 25 houses in Lippe district in Germany. I also had a target of 12% energy savings. Regarding the impact assessment, I will not talk specifically of the KPIs because it would take too much time. I will talk about the main domains, so the main categories that we use to assess the impact of the project, or that we are using, because feedback is still running. We are finishing the changes due to COVID-19. So we will re-release the application with the new features due to COVID. So about the user engagement, we use the application. So the application is our everything related with the application utilization is our metrics for the user engagement. Of course, we have others like social media, the website and everything, but the application is the main element. I think that we'll have another presentation of feedback that will touch some of the aspects of the application. But I can tell you very briefly that it has friendly user interface. We also have personalized messages and advices. So these personalized these are messages that were designed on for each persona. So each persona receives a set of messages. We have games and quizzes. You already saw some of the elements that we have in feedback. We have one thing that we call Mr. C. It's funny because you have the screen split in 2 halves, and you have 2 twins, one that is saves energy and the other that is more careless regarding energy utilization. So we also have some science companion that teaches per topic, like lighting, heating, other energy utilizations, and we also have the drama, the kind of TV novella with 6 episodes that also teaches users about the best ways of using energy and saving money. We also had performance dashboards and graphics like consumption, even forecasting for tomorrow, and consumption forecasting for the day ahead. And then some specific challenges for teams. So we had a kind of a betting system where you would place bets about your savings on the following week. So you could gain or earn more points and coins if you achieved your goals, and lose them if you did. Okay, so these were the main features of the EcoPlay application. Regarding energy savings and comfort levels, we were using obviously meters and sensors. I should say that we had majority of the meters installed in the demos. We needed to install some more. Sensors, we had a big problem because we wanted to monitor the 3 demos with some accuracy, and we didn't have budget to buy sensors for all the places. We wanted to implement team competition, so we would need at least one sensor per team. So this would be very expensive, and so we developed one sensor that had several problems in the development phase. So the development was quite fine. It was working, but then we had the problems with the company that developed them. So some of them were working, others they didn't work. But okay, it was our way of measuring temperature, humidity, and CO2 concentration. And about behavior change, it was very similar to what was already discussed. It was a pre and post comparison. So we have questionnaires in the beginning and at the end of the demonstration. But the novelty here was that we have a methodology from our partner InJet that cross this evolution in the questionnaire with the real actions of the users. So the idea was, because sometimes we know that when you are filling in a questionnaire, you project kind of what you would what you want to be and not what you really are. So that's why we wanted to have the pre and post comparison of the answers of the questionnaire crossed with this real data that we were gathering from the demos. Okay, so after COVID-19 we had a big problem as you described it. Baselines were no longer valid. In the demos of the public buildings, we had no one, so savings were huge, but not really due to feedback. And in the houses, consumption increased, obviously because people were locked down, and so they were using intensively energy during the day. So basically, our baseline, we had a period of 2 years baseline, or in some of the demos, others we had at least 1 year. And we used the baseline to create the methodology to calculate the savings, and the problem is that we had no longer a valid baseline, so savings couldn't be calculated or estimated. So the problem was that data from meters and data from sensors was no longer valid or relevant for this part of the impact assessment. And so we had to make some changes. We maintained the 3 domains of evaluation of the impact assessment. In the user engagement, we made a simpler version of the app, because we can no longer say that your savings were this amount this week, or implement the betting system, saying, okay, now we'll make your bets for next week, because we could no longer calculate savings as they should be, and the competition between teams was not relevant anymore. So we made a simpler version of the app with the main elements there. So the user engagement elements are there, but not some parts. The team competition is not here, so we can no longer access the savings and compare them to the questionnaires in the behavioral change part. Okay, this gave us some extra work that we were not foreseeing in the later last year, but we had to do it. And this, okay, it involves some changes. We'll lose some part of the work that we did. We lose for now, at least in the application. So it's not integrated in the application, but at the same time, we gain some other features and some other characteristics from the application that can make it more general, more global. So this means that now we don't have teams, and the application doesn't need to be used at one specific demo. So it will be on the App Store, and everyone can download it in the the countries where we are allowing it due to IP issues of the partners involved in feedback. So what we will do is we will release the application in Portugal, in Spain, Germany, in the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Norway. No, and Denmark. So it will be released in these countries. You will be able to download it if you are in one of these countries. You can download it and use it. So you register with a username. The only personal information we need is the email, because we need to have to cross the app utilization with the surveys and with all the information about the player, and if we need to contact for some reason. Especially the main issue is relating the surveys with the application data. And in case you have any problem with the application, to have a direct contact. So it's the only personal information that we use. And basically you can put your username, you can create an account, log in, and you can participate in the EcoPlay, which is the name of the application of the project. So we lose some detail after COVID-19, but we have now a much more general application that can be used in virtually any place in the world. Okay, so about behavioral change, we will now have.
Yes? Sorry for interrupting. It's Evangelos. I'm conscious that we are out of time, so I would like to ask you to wrap up in the next 2 minutes, if it's possible.
No, yes, it's less than one. So now we have only self-reported behavioral change with the questionnaires, and the energy saving comfort levels will be estimated based on the self-reported behavioral change. So we will use the questionnaires to estimate the energy savings based on the actions reported. And that's it. So thank you very much for attending. If you have some quick questions, I can answer, because I also have another meeting right now.
Okay, thank you. Based on the questions here in the GoToWebinar, there are no questions for the feedback validation activities. Thank you very much, Felipe, for this presentation.
Okay,
thank you. And then now can officially move to session number 3, where we have the first project presenting is utility, and in particular Angelina Katsifaraki from Hypertech, acting as project coordinator and technical manager, will give us a short presentation. Hopefully, Angelina, it will be quick and easy in order to keep on time, if possible. Actually, we are not on time, but at least to finish by 12:45.
Yes, thank you, Vangelis, for the introduction. I will try to be quick. At least we can conclude with session number 3. So hi from my side also. This is a presentation regarding the technical and legal challenges we faced during the implementation of the utility project. So in order to explain better these challenges, it is important to understand a little bit how the utility system itself is structured. So the cornerstone of the system, as in most of the projects presented, is the wireless sensor network installed locally at the end users, which feeds with data the backend mechanism, meaning the analytics and core services, the 2 applications, the pilot site monitoring application, regarding the utilities, like the business stakeholders, and the end user application that refers to the end users to whom the behavioral change framework is applied, and finally the additional functionalities offered by the system regarding remote control and semi-automation. So to start with the local deployment of the wireless sensor network. This was a very challenging task. First of all, because our pilot sites, as Evan explained before me, extend to 5 European countries. Then, due to the necessity of a constant internet connection at each of the pilot sites, might be a challenge, as very often communication disruptions lead to the loss of data. Then another thing that always needs to be kept in mind is that we are handling personal data. So people are worried what happens with all the information collected within their homes. And then from the side of the developers, we have data quality issues. So all the services that are going to be described in the following slides depend heavily on the quality of the collected information. So what are the solutions found and followed within utility? First of all, there has been a very detailed manual created to for each pilot partner in order to be able to complete without problems the local deployment of the system, all of them translated in their native language. And of course, the technical partners remained in continuous communication with all pilot partners. The utility project was fully GDPR compliant in order to address any concerns regarding personal data, and these measures taken into account, including anonymization and encryption and so on, refer to both data transmission and storage stage of the project. Then to address the problem of loss of data, an establishment of a local backup mechanism has been taken care of, so that in cases of communication disruptions, the data would be kept locally at the gateways installed at the pilot users, and then uploaded when the communications would be restored after a while. And finally, a data management system has been developed with enhanced functionalities in order to ensure the quality of the collected data. So looking at the core services of the system, we have the context-aware profiling mechanism, which is based on probabilistic algorithms to ensure the end user's comfort. And then we have the energy waste definition mechanism, which is also based on the context-aware profiling mechanism to ensure that the energy waste is defined based on the end user's comfort profiling. And finally, the recommendation engine being fed by both the other core services in order to create context-aware and meaningful personalized notifications and recommendations for the end users in order to promote behavioral change. All of them are fed with real-time raw data that have been cleansed through the data management mechanism described. So for the end user application referring to the utilities called the pilot site monitoring application, we have different dashboards and different functionalities, such as the campaign management functionality, allowing the utilities to design and implement different campaigns as described based on the business models that are being examined within the project, and to initiate these campaigns, sending different recommendations and different frequencies to the end users. And in order to inspect how these campaigns are proceeding, also special performance analytics are provided to the utilities. Then when, as far as the end users are concerned, the residential and also office occupant end users, we have different dashboards raising awareness about energy consumption and daily habits, and also comparative analytics to provide a comparison to previous periods and also different top performing end users. This is the index only referring to commercial buildings. And finally, we have the notifications which of course come in real time, and the user can further rate based on how useful were into raising awareness or adding context-aware feedback. Then the final part is the remote control and scheduling functionality, which actually offers better user experience and gives further support to raising awareness and allowing better energy efficiency. So the user can schedule different automatic control actions depending on the conditions within the room, or depending on the date or time and so on, in order to reduce unnecessary energy usage. And this in communication, this application remains in communication with a personalized notification, so the user is always notified before a control action is implemented. And as a final step of the utility system for higher awareness, energy usage awareness, the remote human-centric automation has been created. We call it semi-automation because no control action can be implemented without the user explicitly accepting the proposed control actions, and it refers to HVAC and lights, in order to use them in the most efficient way, always within the comfort boundaries of the end user. So what were the challenges? As you saw from all the previous slides, all the components are connected with each other and they are closely interacting. So all these components, as described so far, have been designed and developed by different technical partners. So of course, a problem was the uninterrupted communication required, and then all the components were expected to interoperate with each other in a seamless manner. Of course, for the better user experience, a unified interface design was also a requirement for the project. And then when it comes to support, we had to face long communication lines. So if a problem occurs, who should be addressed? Who is responsible? Who to call when something breaks down? And again, when it comes to troubleshooting, the technical partners had to figure out what went wrong, which part of the system to look first. So the solutions to address this problem was, first of all, that a continuous communication network was established, and all the developing partners remained in constant communication with one another. So that became our daily routine in order to ensure that all the components remained fully functional and their operation had no problems. And we clearly defined responsibilities through many management tools, such as common documents, where people would state their problems and the responsible partner would directly respond and address such problems. And that also helped the open error reporting part, where every issue faced would be openly stated, so other pilots facing the same issue could look at possible solutions, or also add different aspects of the same problems. So that was a very quick part from my side. Thank you for listening. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for also considering timing issues that we face. There are no questions from the audience, so quickly we can go to the next project, eTeacher, and understand better and in more detail the technical and legal challenges they do face. Gloria, again, I would like to ask you to keep your presentation within the 8 minutes that we have planned for this session.
Okay, I will try my best. I must say some of the challenges that we have addressed have already been mentioned by utility. So I will talk about the technical and legal challenges experienced by eTeacher. First of all, I will introduce the tools so you can understand later on our challenges. Then I will talk about the challenges related with the monitoring technology, the data quality, the interoperability, and the data analysis of processing. And there I will focus in one of the tools to make it easier to explain. Here you can see an overview. Sorry, can you see this? Okay. An overview of our tools. We have an input layer where we collect monitoring data and also come for feedback through our eTeacher app. Then we have another layer, which is the bugs communication layer. It's an universal bugs communication interface, which is responsible to collect this data and storage all the data. And then we have an analysis layer where our cloud services are somehow allocated, and there we have three tools: metrics, pools, and what if analysis. And finally, we have the user interface layer where we have the eTeacher app. Okay. So if we focus on our monitoring, on the challenges related to the monitoring technologies, we have realized that in general there is a poor the performance of the technology is poor. We have found out that the wireless technology is not ready for big buildings, and that many monitoring devices do not really meet the commercial specifications. The main problems that we have experienced is, first of all, that users manipulate the devices, connect and disconnect, and this causes problems with us because, as it was mentioned in utility in our case, also all the tools depend a lot on the data, so we need proper data so they can process and give proper recommendation, proper advice and scores. On the other problems that we have experienced is that mainly the wireless technology lose signal, and also that they have short duration of their batteries. The solution is that we have to do weekly maintenance of monitoring devices. So we have local people in every pilot that weekly check the devices and if they need to change battery or connect devices or configure the network, they do it. We also have developed a data validation procedure based on 3 steps that I will explain later. We had to have a high involvement of technical support, and finally we have to do many visits to the pilots for installation and maintenance. This is how we address these challenges. The lessons learned related to the monitoring challenges is that the maintenance is critical for the good running of the monitoring system, that most wireless technology should be used for small buildings, for example, residential buildings, that in general a high number of sensors in the case of wireless technology reduce the performance, so it's better to select those critical parameters that should be monitored. The ones that can be calculated indirectly, it's better to do like that. And in the case of the apartments, of the residential buildings, we must say we had more problems with the owners and tenants that have different backgrounds and attitudes that with the technology itself. Regarding data quality, we have some lack of measurements, so some monitoring measurements are not sent because of the Wi-Fi, because of the users, for several reasons. We also experience data gaps. Here is one graph where you see during some period we don't receive data. The third main problem is that sometimes sensors are sending same value during long periods. Here is a graph. For example, this is the This can be the occupancy of or the opening of the windows, and they are open or occupied during too long time, too much time. So these are the main problems that we have with data quality. And the solution, as I mentioned, is that we are using some data validation procedures. First of all, in the local databases, we have installed some algorithms for automatic data validation. This is a first step validation, and then we have also developed a semi-automated procedure with 3 steps. First of all, the pilot coordinators check the sensors and data every week, and if they identify any issue, they report and solve that problem as soon as possible. Then the demo coordinator review the monitoring data and report on the data quality issues identified. And the third step is that the tools developers that have to do a supervision of the tools. When they see problems with the data quality, they also have to report, so the problem is identified and solved as soon as possible. Regarding interoperability, the challenges addressed by eTeacher is we need to have interoperability with the building system, with the building automation and control system, or with the monitoring system installed in the building, but also we have to provide interoperability in between the different tools, in our case, metrics, pools, what if analysis, and eTeacher app. And the solution is based on the technical interoperability is based on the use of internet. For that, we have installed gateways in the demos. And the syntactical interoperability is addressed using a new data format specified in the eTeacher API. And also we have developed some tools that I will introduce now. So let's say we have here a common database, and then in every demo site we have a local database that collects information for the building automation and control system, and some extra measurement points that we wanted, and from the extra monitoring devices that we have installed. So this common database have static data related to the building information that follows the building information model approach, but also has dynamic data coming from the local database, and should provide information to all the tools. Let's say the cloud services, which are pulse metrics and what if analysis, and the eTeacher app. For that purpose, we use different tools, which are these tools that I will explain in the next slides. But I also wanted to mention that it has an entity relationship model that has site, building, floor, component, meters, and finally measurements again here. So the tools that are used to synchronize these different databases and to responsible to provide data to the other tools are explained here. So first of all, we have this tool, which is the eTeacher ACX bags for interoperability with existing bags if it is necessary. We can provide directly interoperability with the bags through this tool. Then we have also a synchronization tool to synchronize the local database with the common database with this tool and through the eTeacher API. We also have a eTeacher API that provides for exchanging data with eTeacher tools, so with the cloud services and the eTeacher app. And finally, we have another tool, which is eTeacher OPC add-on, which is responsible to, or it is used to provide metadata to the what if analysis that need this kind of data. So this is the solution for the interoperability in the case of eTeacher. And now I wanted to talk about the data analysis or data processing challenges, and I want to focus in one of the cloud services that we have, which is the what if analysis, which mainly collect monitoring data and building information data to identify energy conservation measures based on behavioral change and provide tailored advice to the users. And the challenges experience are applicability. It means it should be applicable regardless the data availability. It is a system that has to be continuously available and applied in real time during the operation of the building. Versatility, it means it has to be useful for any kind of building. And scalability, it has to be useful for a small building or for a big building, for few facilities or for big amounts of facilities and data. And the approach used to address these challenges is that the tool can be used with or without existing monitoring data. When we have data, and when we have more data, we can give more detailed energy conservation measures. When we don't have data, we provide generic hints to save energy. Then it is software as a service architecture, which is continuously available. But of course, the app needs internet connection. And then the algorithms that rely on metadata about the building and its monitoring system. So it's somehow customized for the specific building. And finally, the algorithms use low computational effort, and this allows to analyze high amounts of data and fast response. This is everything, so thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can, due to the fact that there are no any questions from the audience, we can move to the next presentation. It's Marco Baltic from the Mihailo Pupin Institute. Marco, please, the floor is yours. Try to keep it short, please.
Sure. Okay. So, just give me a sec. So you should be looking at the full screen presentation now, right?
Nope, we cannot see your screen.
Okay, so now it just offered me. I was not presenter. Okay, so what about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, it's full screen. Yeah. Okay. So just going quickly, since we are very short, extremely short in time, so I'll probably skip some things, but you can contact me at any point. So all the topics you're already aware, so I won't go into listing them. I will just try to highlight some specific, let's say, issues for the in-between, which are maybe not that much specific after hearing the previous two presentations, which are, turns out that we have quite common issues on all the projects. So about the monitoring technology implementation is one of the main topics. So you already heard about the sensors and basically devices, actuators. I mentioned them already before, but what about the issues basically? So the main technical challenges with the monitoring technology, well, when it comes to the data quality, we have also detected issues with outliers in the measurements, let's say having megawatts measured in apartments and so on. So of course, some common data cleaning and normalization procedures were applied. Then there was this specificity of having the only on-change data. So our technology provider actually provides data and measurements only on change, which is basically a tricky thing, since you have a value that is continuously appearing at the same value. You're not exactly sure whether it was the sensor really sending the data or the sensor just actually was offline or something like that. So what we did is we enhanced gradually the messaging format, and as I mentioned previously, it was a CDM used for the in-between, specific the canonical data model, which evolved throughout the time as we realized those issues. So what we introduced is a kind of online status, and basically since this was related to each sensor, we were able to actually cross-correlate their online status with the current measurement. Again, this was not helpful when the gateway actually goes off, and this was implemented since we're using the MQTT broker and the protocol for this. There is an implementation called the last will and testament, which actually allows us to know whether the gateway went off. This was an extremely important issue and impactful issue during the baselining process, and this was something that was found as a very good and a quick solution. Also, we have the issue with the missing data as well. This comes from various reasons. Either the connection, internet connection goes off, or the battery has ended the lifetime. So those kind of issues occurred, of course, from time to time. And for this purpose, as I said, the internet issue was covered with this online status, but the battery status was actually introduced in the application itself. So the mobile app next to each sensor has a lifetime of the battery, so that the end users can know a little bit in advance how they're going on the sensors. The external meter interface, which is basically a piece of equipment here in black, is basically an optoelectric sensor that reads out the smart meter. And again, there were issues because it basically collects the LED rate and converts those into the kilowatt hours and the kilowatts. So basically, this turned out to have some issues when you use, let's say, inappropriate coefficients for this conversion. In some cases, smart meters don't have exactly, we were not able to find in the datasheet the exact values and so on. In some cases, we need to, let's say, change the data and basically to update them according to a new coefficients and to rerun the KPIs and so on. Also, regarding the let's say the strength and let's say commercial readiness of the IoT equipment, we had also some issues regarding their range. So we had to use repeaters. In our case, this was very nice because it was integrated into the smart plugs. So we just placed additional smart plugs that act as repeaters for our IoT equipment to extend the range in larger, let's say, detached houses or non-residential buildings. When it comes to personal data protection and data analysis, basically, we are using the entire platform. As you can see here, all the services and all the three data repositories. Since we have the one database for time series, we have ontology triple store for contextual knowledge, and we have relational database for other data. All the data stored here and information stored here, as well as data used by the services, are anonymized in the sense that only data coordinators or demo owners and demo coordinators have the cross correlation between physical persons and the IDs used within the system. So the entire platform is actually using anonymized or pseudo-anonymized data for the processing, for data controller and processor in the terminology of the GDPR. So when it comes to system interoperability, as I said before, basically for the syntactic interoperability, we used the CDM that we developed custom for the in-between project. But of course, although we had to make it a custom format, we tried to leverage and lean upon existing standards, existing ontologies, and so on. So we tried to deviate as least as possible from existing standards and formats. The ontology, as I said, was used to store the contextual knowledge about our premises, since, as you know, our notifications and recommendations are very user-specific and space-specific and device-specific, so all these correlations have to be stored somewhere. And as I said, there is some level of, let's say, anonymity, in the sense that we have avoided to put any information about physical persons, although one can maybe deduct partially from some information, at least to a certain extent. That's why we also took into account all the data security procedures, and all the data is currently being stored in a central repository. About the actual services and the issues that we ran into, I will go very, very quickly through this. So regarding the first one, the consumption analytics, basically, as you know, it's basically the disaggregation service. The idea is to get information about a specific appliance from the aggregated demand. Of course, we had a huge challenge in having complete training data sets for this purpose, because it's a machine learning base. Two problems: classification and regression. The first one we solved with the convolutional neural networks, the second one with the decision trees, and of course the issue of having the appropriately labeled data at the time. So with the lack of this data, we had to use open data sets like RED and UKDale. When it comes to demand optimization and scheduling, as I said before, the challenge here was actually to provide actionable output, because the majority of the services dealing with the optimization and load actually end up in having some kind of optimal profile to suggest for the end users. From our experience, this proved to be not really actionable from the end user perspective. This is something that is very nice. It's very nice to put these graphics, but it's really meaningless for the end users, and they really don't know how to act upon this. So all these graphs are not presented to the end users. The end users are presented with the kind of scheduling and opportunity to schedule their devices, and then to get the optimized schedule, which they can accept or discard at any time. Going quickly, basically for the real-time notification service, and the center, as we call it here, is basically that we try to use the static building information, the contextual knowledge about spaces, their correlation, interdependency of all devices, and of course to cross-correlate it with real-time measurements. You can imagine let's say a number of issues here, technical issues, since we had almost real-time reasoning engine, which is supposed to go through 20-something rules for all the departments simultaneously, running through all the sensors at the same time. So all these actions actually happen in a couple of seconds. For this reason, just to give you a glimpse of idea, of course, if anybody is, let's say, acquainted with how ontology is performed and so on, of course, we were not able to query the ontology in a matter of seconds for all the departments running through all the sensors. So we had to make some, let's say, correlation with the database. And once the ontology was updated, we also had this mapping in the database itself to be able to run these queries at the required range. Of course, some challenges was also how to make our services not too disruptive for end users. So we introduced some mechanisms, some timeouts for triggering those notifications and basically resending them and so on. I'm afraid I don't have too much time for going deeper into this. Just to close it very quickly with this last part about the energy performance and benchmarking. As I said, we want to calculate or to estimate the energy performance, not to energy consumption, but rather performance, and to make people competing among themselves, to benchmark them against themselves and each other. As you can see, they can see their own score, and they can also see their ranking inside their community. They can also see the benchmark, the details, which is a breakdown of this score. And this score is basically assembled of 4 different factors. The first one is basically normalization and consumption for the indoor area, number of occupants, and the actual climate. Then we have this prediction consumption part, which is basically machine learning based. We also track the correlation of the consumption with the renewables production. We also have this responsiveness to the user tailored notification, which means that we measure how the users respond to our notifications. And I have to say that all these aspects are used not to, let's say, punish the end users, but rather to reward it. And that was also part of the challenges throughout the development itself. So this is the final slide. So basically, this report page and summary, this was, let's say, part of the, let's say, our issues about what should be presented to end users to find, let's say, the most suitable, let's say, way of presenting information, to have them in a quite, let's say, effective and appealing way. And we ended up with this kind of summary report. Of course, just to end with this, the mobile app was specifically intended for residential users, and of course we're quite limited in space because we're speaking on the mobile app, whereas for the desktop, basically web application, which is normally used on desktops or laptops, we have much wider possibilities. So they introduce also some graphs and nice statistics, and they were, let's say, intended for the energy managers first. So that's it from my part. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you very much. There are no questions from the audience. We can move to the last presentation of session number 3, which is related to feedback project, and Marina Dorokova from EPFL, an institute which is working and focusing on energy monitoring and forecasting tools development for the feedback project. Marina, you do have 8 minutes, and please leave a couple of minutes at the end for me to wrap up the workshop and close it. We will not have the opportunity to go through session number 4, which is related to initial results of the sister projects, and this is mainly related to the fact that this license in the GoToWebinar platform has to be passed to the next workshop in the agenda of the Sustainable Places. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, I hope everyone can see the slides and the full screen. So following the presentations of my colleagues that already discussed the front end and the mobile app, I will focus more on the back end and describe the applications that are actually functioning behind the main gamification. So I will focus on technical and legal challenges that we have faced while we were developing these things for the feedback project. So this is just a quick reminder on how does the ICT-based platform architecture look like, and we can highlight here 3 main parts. So the first part is everything related to meters and sensors. The second part is the ecosystem of the applications, which is highlighted here in the blue rectangle. And the last part is the gamification platform itself. So this is the point where the users, such as the participants of the project and facility managers, are interacting with our application. So related to this, as we have 3 main parts, we have actually 3 main categories of challenges. So these are mainly the challenges related to the gamification, the challenges that we have faced during the development of the multi-sensor solution, and the challenges that we have seen while we were developing the applications themselves. So moving quick to the gamification, we had 3 main challenges here. So the question was how we can integrate all the learning objects that were developed in the feedback project. So in particular, all these amazing videos that my colleague has shown in the first presentation. The second challenge was here how we can maintain the regular engagement of the users to make them come back to the application and actually check what's happening there and not just logging in and forgetting the app, and how we can enable the multi-platform availability. So the main solutions that we have came up with here is developing specific data structures that were able to embed both the games and the questionnaires and the videos that were inside the gamification. To maintain the user engagement, we have developed the specific scoring system, which was enabling the users to progress level by level, and as well the push notifications within the app that were reminding them constantly on their progress and on the active participation. And to enable the multi-platform availability, we have used the specific Unity 3D multiplayer game engine, which was allowing us to create the app for both Android and iOS. However, we did not have nor time nor the budget to create the full web-based version. Moving towards the challenges on the multi-sensor solution, so you can see it here, nice and beautiful on the picture. However, it was very, very difficult to develop that. So that's a sensor that's able to detect temperature, humidity, CO2 concentration and luminosity within the indoor area. And the main problems here were that it has to be able to communicate in the real time and send data. It has to be compatible with existing Wi-Fi systems, because we have 3 pilots in 3 different countries, and we have as well different Wi-Fi's at people's homes. So it has to be plug and play solution that no one can have a headache installing it in their home place. It has to be able to store information. So we have heard already previously that there are a lot of communication cuts and the data is missing. So we have enabled a memory inside this multi-sensor to store the data. So if the communication is breaking, it's able to resend it later afterwards. And of course, it had to be low cost, because we had to install more than 100 of the sensors in all our demonstrators in order to collect the data and feed into the applications. And therefore, we have suggested to develop it fully ourselves instead of buying the already developed solution on the market. So we have created the PCB design and outsourced it to the third party to provide actually and produce the final solution. And moving on to the challenges regarding the applications that were developed. So as we have as well seen previously, there are various partners involved in developing different parts. So that was the main point in the beginning, how to enable things to operate smoothly between different partners and different applications. Then we had to manage various inputs and outputs to make the information flows throughout this ICT-based platform. Then we had to enable the Python language compatibility, because every partner is developing in their own environment. However, all of these things have to run on a single server and actually interact with each other. And the final part is the database management. So regarding developing the apps, basically the main idea was that we have developed a special microservice that was integrating the apps from various partners and feeding it into our Dexma energy management platform. So this was the main platform where both end users and facility energy managers were able to see the data and how it's actually working. Then we developed a specific API that was able to transmit the inputs and outputs from this platform to various users and as well feed it into mobile application. To enable the Python language compatibility, we had to create the controlled container environment that was able to execute the application. So basically every code was associated with a specific list of libraries which were kind of frozen, so nothing was changed and everything was able to work without affecting the performance of other applications. And to manage the database, because we had various databases, we had the main one that was related to the platform, we had a special database that was recording only the data from the multi-sensors, and we had various databases from different pilots that were actually recording the metering measurements. So therefore we had to enable the access that was granted to all of these databases through auxiliary scripts that were created. So this was regarding the technical challenges. And now just a quick glimpse on the legal challenges that we have seen within the project, which are mainly, I think, similar because all the projects had to be GDPR compliant. So I would kind of skip here the part on the informed consent and data management, because this is rather the usual things that everyone had to do within this project. But a rather particular part of the feedback is the part of the ethics advisor. So in order to make the project ethically acceptable, we have created 2 main things. So the first, we have appointed specific ethic advisors in each of the demos. So these are the people to who end users can actually go to verify if the actions are valid or if they have any kind of questions regarding the ethics of the project. And the second part is basically that we had to request the approval by a specific ethics committee. So in this case, we have chosen the Human Research Ethics Committee that is based in EPFL, which has evaluated the project and issued the approval and specific permission to certify that feedback project is compliant with the GDPR. So this was regarding the legal challenges, and at this stage I'm closing the whole thing, and I hope that I was good on time. And in case you have additional questions on the challenges arising, please don't hesitate to contact me. I would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much, Evangelos.
Thank you so much for being on time and spot on, and thanks for sharing with us your technical and legal challenges with regards to the feedback project. So As I mentioned earlier, session 4 will not take place. I would like to thank all the presenters, and I would like to apologize for the session 4 presenters not being able to present their work. What we will do also is we will share with the audience, along with the recording of this workshop, our presentations regarding session number 4 and the preliminary results of our projects. Quickly, I would like to present and share the results of the quick poll we have asked the audience to answer the question, what is the main barrier to saving energy in your household? It looks like that everyone anticipates energy efficiency and energy saving as an issue today, and they would like to go through this journey. Some of them, although they think that saving energy requires too much effort, and there are another 43% saying like that they're already aware about their consumption, they do what they can, and also a 14% replied that they cannot afford to buy energy efficient appliances and services. So I do believe all of us will take this on board in this short mini Living Lab Q&A, and we'll try to evolve our solution, or at least consider audience feedback from the Sustainable Places workshop to our projects. Wrapping up on this workshop, what I took some notes while you were presenting, so going the other way around, I will start with feedback. I would like to emphasize on their out-of-the-box approach with regards to the user engagement, and during the last presentation we saw your attempt to develop, and finally developed actually, this multi-sensor from scratch. That was very challenging. Going to InBetween, I would like to emphasize on the adaptation of the pretty well-known standards IPMVP on how you validate your solution, and based on the COVID-19 challenges you had, and you managed to adapt your validation methodology and take into account also standards such as IPMVP. Going to eTeacher, it's amazing the wide range of people and type of and demographics you involved in the project, from children to old people and office workers. And as well as it is amazing the procedure you have in place with regards to capture any data quality issues in your projects. And finally, utility, that I do also represent, and thanks Angelina and Albert for presenting also in some sessions with regards to utility. I would like to mention the large number of end users involved in the project and the number of pilot installations. We're talking more than 500 installations, and the overall effort the team, the technology providers put in order to integrate the different subcomponents of the utility solution to one solution that the user sees and plays with. So we're coming to a point to close this workshop. Again, thank you very much for the effort you put to prepare this workshop and for participating in this. Thanks the audience for being here with us and asking questions and getting more knowledge on our projects and how we trying to take the end users through the journey of energy behavioral change in order to achieve energy efficiency. Thank you very much, and we'll keep in touch.
This is the fourth session of the Sustainable Places Workshop, Behavioral Change Towards Energy Efficiency by Utilizing ICT Tools. And this is Angelina Gatsfaraki from Hypertech, acting as the coordinator of the utility project. So, beginning this presentation, we should outline once more the activities that have to be followed for the defined validation of the utility solution. starting from the first step being behavioral segmentation of end users, based on a questionnaire that has been uploaded and distributed through the end user application, and continuing to the campaign definition for behavioral change, which is the campaigns are defined by each pilot partner, each utility, based on the business models they have chosen to assess within the project activities. And finally, the campaign results collected through the application of the utility partners provide KPIs based on which the utility solution can be validated, investigating user engagement and response to the recommendations sent, targeted energy efficiency, and other parts. The first step has been already completed, the second is ongoing as we speak, while the last is the next activity coming before the end of the project. So how are these campaigns defined? First of all, at the moment there are several campaigns defined by the demonstration partners running for different residential and commercial users, all of them focusing first of all to the common business model assumed by all the demo partners, and specifically comfort preserving energy efficiency. Other business models will be also evaluated depending on the interests of the different utilities participating in the utility project. As far as the frequency of the recommendations dispatched is concerned, the phrasing of the different recommendations and so on, this depends on the end users selected to participate in these campaigns, and different factors contribute in the final definition of each notification sent, including behavioral segmentation of the target group, the business model that is under investigation, and what are the energy efficiency targets set within each campaign. The different key performance indicators, KPIs, that are of interest within the utility project are based on 4 different pillars, including indoor comfort, that refers to both visual and thermal comfort of the end users, energy efficiency, so within the utility project, energy usage reductions are expected, cost efficiency, referring to the effectiveness of the utility framework from a financial point of view, and of course user acceptance, which is the evaluation of how engaged the end users are and how happy they are with the behavioral change campaigns. So we don't have many results at the moment regarding the evaluation of the solution, as right in the middle of our validation activities, the COVID-19 crisis occurred, but we have faced that as both a challenging task and an opportunity to explore some new perspectives within the project. One of the challenging points of the COVID pandemic was, first of all, the difficulty we faced in assessing the problems occurring at the end user premises, and we couldn't make on-site visits to correct hardware issues. We had very reduced occupation in the commercial buildings, as people used to work from home, and therefore the evaluation of the commercial of the effect of the commercial buildings became impossible. And then we faced very irregular energy consumption at the residential premises, as the patterns we collected were not comparable with a baseline based on collected information so far. Then we also have we also gained unique opportunities within this crisis. First of all, we had the opportunity to observe how the behavioral of end users might change under such situations and how persistent this change would be. And we also observed new energy usage habits emerging. And finally, this situation gave the residential users more time to interact with the utility behavioral change framework. So first of all, looking at the accumulative consumption of the different residential and commercial users. Here we focus on the Spanish pilot side. We see that right at the beginning of the COVID-19 restrictions, we see the residential, the aggregated energy consumption for the residential buildings increasing, while the opposite trend is observed for the commercial buildings, as was expected. And then we decided to focus more at the residential sites. That led to different observations that will be also included in the validation of the system, and as we hope also to some scientific publications based on these results. So just to walk you through quickly through the observations of specific data. First of all, we see a different distribution of energy consumption throughout the day. With the dashed line, we look at the previous year for the months April and May, just at the peak of the COVID-19 lockdown in Spain, and with a continuous red line, we see the same period in 2020. The 2019 is the dashed line, showing the normal situation, while the 2020 red line indicates the lockdown. And we see that throughout the day, energy seems to be consumed in a more distributed, evenly distributed way in comparison with last year. Then the second observation focuses on specific activities. The most varying energy usage habits are observed in the family households, where we have separated the measured loads in 3 different activities or categories, if you prefer: cooking, electronic devices, including laptops, TVs, tablets, and so on, and cleaning, under which we put washing machines and dishwashers. And we see that for the year 2020, the aggregated consumption seems to be quite increased in the case of cooking, also slightly increased for electronic devices, and also increased in the case of cleaning. And instead of only looking at the lockdown months, so April and May, we look at June and July, where we see that this behavior continues and is a first indication that these new habits might persist even after the crisis period. And however, this is not the only observation, because as we move to our research towards smaller households with 1 or 2 residents, we see that new habits have been assumed during the lockdown period, for cooking, for example, but seem to have returned back to normal right after the lockdown. We must keep in mind, however, that when it comes to human behavior, it's not easy to draw such conclusions, and therefore further analysis is necessary. Thank you for your attention.